What's up everyone? How are you all? Today we are back with another blazing Naruto story. What if Naruto hate Konoha council bashing? If you enjoy this what if, then please like, share and do comment. So let us start the story.
Chapter 1. A lone shadow cut through the forest canopy, moving fast, too fast for an academy student, too precise for a child. Branches bent and snapped under his weight, leaves scattering in his wake like silent witnesses to something broken long ago. Naruto Uzumaki didn't slow down. Mud clung to his orange outfit, once bright, now stained and dulled with layers of grime and uneven dye, as if he had tried to erase its visibility. It didn't work. Nothing about him could truly blend in. Not the wild blonde hair, not the piercing blue eyes, and certainly not the faint, claw-like markings etched across his cheeks. He landed near a quiet pond, knees bending with practiced control. For a moment he just stood there, breathing, not heavily, not tired, just steady. Too steady, he crouched and filled his canteen from the pond without hesitation. The water wasn't clean, he knew that, but hesitation was a luxury he'd stopped allowing himself. Naruto drank, greedily, like someone who had learned that comfort disappears if you wait too long. When he pulled the canteen away, droplets ran down his chin. He wiped them off with the back of his hand, eyes narrowing slightly as he glanced at the rising sun. Still early. His voice was low, rough, not from age, but from overuse and disuse at the same time. He dipped the canteen again, filling it to the brim. It won't last. The thought came automatically. Nothing ever does. The boy straightened, his worn jacket shifting slightly, just enough to reveal glimpses of skin underneath. Skin that wasn't right. Old scars layered over newer ones, bruises that had faded but never fully disappeared, proof of something no child should have endured. Naruto's gaze lifted toward the sky. Clouds drifted lazily, untouched by everything below. Why am I still here? The question wasn't new. He de-asked it before, many times, and every time the answer had been the same. He remembered the gates, the road beyond, freedom just a few steps away, and then dark masks, silent shadows, hands dragging him back, Hiruzen Sarutobai's voice echoing softly, filled with warmth that never quite reached Naruto the way it was meant to. People here care about you. Ikaraku, a few smiles, a handful of fleeting kindness, and every time Naruto had stopped, every single time, but today, something felt different. Naruto's eyes hardened. If I fail again. His fingers tightened around the canteen. I'm not coming back. No hesitation this time, no doubt, just a quiet, dangerous certainty. He turned to leave. And froze. There was someone on the other side of the pond, a girl. She stood partially hidden by the morning mist, her pale figure catching the light in a way that almost didn't feel real. Her long blonde hair shimmered faintly, and her silver eyes scanned the surroundings with cautious curiosity. Naruto blinked. For a second he thought he was hallucinating. He'd seen people look at him with hatred, fear, disgust, but never like that, never uncertain. Their eyes met, and something strange happened. Naruto's thoughts, normally sharp, defensive, stumbled. He shifted his weight slightly and slipped. The edge gave way beneath him, and before he could react, his body plunged into the pond with a loud splash. Cold water swallowed him instantly. His limbs moved on instinct, but something was off. His body didn't respond the way it should have. His vision blurred. A faint, bitter smile tugged at his lips beneath the water. Of course. Above, the girl's expression changed instantly. Hey. Without thinking, she rushed forward and dove in. Moments later, she dragged Naruto back to the surface, struggling but determined. She pulled him to the shore, pushing his body onto the ground. Breathe it, come on. Her voice trembled, hands pressing urgently against his chest. Seconds stretched. Then, Naruto coughed violently, water spilling from his mouth as his body jerked back to life. Air rushed into his lungs, pain followed, his eyes snapped open, and immediately met hers. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then, her gaze shifted down. Naruto followed it, his arm exposed. The damage, there wasn't something you could ignore. Deep scars, uneven flesh, evidence of something brutal, something relentless. The girl's expression faltered, not disgust, not fear, something worse, understanding. Naruto's eyes darkened instantly. He yanked his torn sleeve up, covering the arm with rough, careless movements. Don't. His voice was sharp, cold, a warning. Don't look at me like that. He stood up, ignoring the lingering dizziness. If you say anything about what you saw. His gaze locked onto hers, intense, unyielding. You'll regret it. There was no shouting, no anger, just truth, raw and absolute. And then he turned and walked away. The girl remained where she was, watching him go. Her chest tightened. What kind of life? The question escaped her before she could stop it, but Naruto didn't hear it, or maybe he chose not to. The village greeted him the same way it always did, with silence, with stares, with doors that seemed to close just a little faster. Naruto kept his head down, moving through the streets like a ghost no one wanted to acknowledge. Just one more test, that's all. The academy gates came into view, and with them, familiar faces. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka arguing loudly over something trivial. Choji Akimichi eating without a care in the world. Shikamaru Nara lying back, eyes on the clouds, as if none of this mattered, in the shade. Sasuke Uchiha sat alone, detached from everything, and nearby. Kiba and Yuzuka laughed loudly, bothering Hinata Hyuga, who shrank under the attention. Naruto stopped, something inside him twisted, not jealousy, not anger, something darker, something tired. Why did they get to exist like this? Why did they get normal? His fists clenched. Kiba's laughter grew louder. Hinata flinched, and in that moment, Naruto moved fast, too fast. Before anyone could react, he was already there, and then crack, silence fell over the academy yard. Kiba's body hit the ground hard, dust rising around him. No warning, no argument, just impact. Naruto stood over him, eyes empty, not angry, not emotional, just done. The air shifted, even Sasuke looked up. Even Shikamaru stopped watching the clouds. Something had changed, irreversibly. Naruto slowly lifted his gaze. And for the first time, the entire class saw it, not the prankster, not the failure, not the dead last, but something else, something dangerous, something that didn't belong in a classroom. Naruto's voice came out low, almost calm. Anyone else? No one moved, no one spoke, and somewhere deep within, something finally broke free. Kiba didn't get back up immediately. For a long moment he stayed on the ground, breathing hard, dust clinging to his clothes, pride shattered far worse than his body. Around him, whispers started to crawl through the academy yard like insects, but Naruto didn't move. He stood there, staring down at him, not with rage, not even with satisfaction, just emptiness. A hollow kind of silence that made even the wind feel uncomfortable. Kiba eventually forced himself upright, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned not just from pain, but humiliation. That look Naruto had given him. It wasn't a rival's glare, it was worse, it was indifference, and Kiba hated that more than anything. A low growl escaped his throat as Akamaru padded beside him, fur bristling. The small dog's eyes locked onto Naruto, teeth slightly bared, but even he hesitated. Something about the blonde felt wrong, not stronger, not faster, just unreachable. Across the yard, Hinata Hyuga remained frozen where she stood, fingers trembling against her sleeve. Her pale eyes stayed fixed on Naruto, wide with something she couldn't name. Fear, no, not exactly, it was closer to concern. Naruto turned slightly, his gaze shifting toward her. The moment their eyes met, Hinata flinched, not because he looked angry, but because he didn't. "You're okay?" Naruto asked quietly. His tone had softened, but not by much. It was the kind of voice someone used when they didn't expect an answer. Hinata nodded quickly, almost too quickly. "Why, yes, I'm fine." Her eyes drifted down and caught the faint trickle of blood along his arm. Her breath hitched. "And Naruto-kun, you're—" "I know." He cut her off gently, not harsh, just final. She hesitated, reaching into her pouch anyway, but Naruto stepped back. "No." One word, calm, unarguable. Hinata froze mid-motion, and then, "Hey." The tension snapped. Naruto turned. Kiba was standing again, barely, but standing. His grip tightened around a kunai, knuckles white, his expression twisted into something uglier than before. "You think this is over?" His voice cracked, but he pushed through it, fueled by wounded pride. "I'm not done with you, Dobi." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, not in anger, in disappointment. "Still going." Kiba snarled and rushed forward. This time there was no hesitation. Steel flashed. Naruto moved, fast, cleaner than before. Their blades met with a sharp clang, sparks briefly dancing between them. Kiba pressed harder, desperation fueling his swings, but Naruto didn't retreat. He adjusted, redirected, controlled, each movement efficient, each step deliberate, until Kiba overextended just slightly. That was all Naruto needed, a twist of his wrist, a shift of weight, and Kiba was off balance again. Naruto's knee drove forward. Impact, Kiba choked on his breath, collapsing inward as the strike knocked the air from his lungs, before he could recover. Naruto stepped past him, not finishing the fight, not striking again, just walking away. Kiba dropped to one knee behind him, shaking not from pain this time. From something colder, something creeping under his skin. Naruto didn't look back, but then Kiba's voice came again, strained and venomous. You think she'll thank you for that? Naruto stopped. You think she needs saving? Silence. Kiba laughed weakly, bitterness spilling out. She'll end up with someone stronger anyway, someone who actually deserves her. Naruto turned his head slightly. That's not your decision. Kiba's smirk twisted. Women don't decide things like that. Enough. The word cut through the air like a blade. Kiba froze, and for the first time. There was something in Naruto's voice, not anger, not rage, something heavier. Say one more word like that. Naruto's gaze locked onto him, cold, unmoving, and I won't stop next time. No one laughed. No one moved, even the birds had gone silent. Then a new presence entered the yard, heavy, sharp, predatory, Tsumen Yuzuka. She didn't speak at first, didn't need to. Her eyes swept across the scene, taking in Kiba's state, the tension in the air, the silence of the students. Then they landed on her son. Explain. Kiba stiffened. To that idiot, he... Wrong answer. Her voice dropped low, dangerous. Kiba swallowed, and then... He made a mistake. They're all the same anyway. The sentence didn't finish because Tsume moved, fast, her hand lashed out, claws grazing across Kiba's face, not deep, but enough. Enough to leave a mark, enough to make a point. The yard collectively inhaled. Try that again, she said quietly. Kiba didn't respond. He could. Tsume stared at him for another moment. Then turned away like he wasn't worth another second. Her gaze passed briefly over Naruto. Paused just for a fraction. Something unreadable flickered in her eyes, then she was gone. Kiba remained kneeling in the dirt, broken, not physically, not entirely, but something inside him had cracked, and Naruto had already walked away. The classroom door slid open with a dull sound. Naruto entered without a word. No one greeted him. No one challenged him for once. No one even tried to take his seat. He sat down, third row, aisle side, same place as always, but it didn't feel the same. Nothing did. Behind him, Hinata Hyuga quietly took her usual spot, her eyes drifting toward him again. There was something different now, not just in him, but in how everyone looked at him. Fear had replaced annoyance, silence had replaced mockery, and Naruto felt none of it. His gaze drifted toward the window. Clouds again, always the clouds, just one more test. The thought returned, sharper this time. Pass. Or leave, no third option. The classroom slowly filled. Voices returned, but quieter, more cautious. Even Shikamaru Nara glanced at Naruto once before lying back again, though his usual lazy expression didn't quite return. Choji Akimichi ate more slowly. Sasuke Uchiha watched, not openly, but he watched, analyzing, measuring, and then bang, the classroom doors slammed open violently. 5. Two figures stormed inside. Sakura Haruno, face flushed, eyes blazing, and right behind her, Ino Yamanaka smirking, equally fired up. Their argument filled the room instantly. Loud, familiar, normal, too normal. Naruto didn't react, didn't even look at them, but as the noise returned, as the class slipped back into its routine chaos, something felt off, subtly, quietly, like the world was pretending nothing had changed. When in reality, everything had. Naruto's fingers tightened slightly against the desk, and for just a moment, his reflection in the window shifted, not physically, not visibly, but in his mind. He didn't see himself, he saw something else, something darker, watching him, waiting. The noise of the classroom pressed in again. Laughter, arguments, petty rivalries, normal, too normal. Naruto sat still, fingers resting against the desk, eyes half-lidded as if none of it mattered. But beneath that stillness, something coiled tighter, watching, waiting, then. Out of the way, Naruto Baka. The world snapped back violently, a hand grabbed him, a shove. His body slammed forward, wood cracked. Pain flared across his forehead as his vision blurred for a split second. Naruto didn't cry out, didn't react immediately. He simply stayed there, leaning against the desk, blood slowly tracing down the side of his face. Behind him, Hinata Hyuga flinched hard, her fingers digging into the edge of her desk. That's wrong. Her chest tightened, but her voice wouldn't come out. At the front, Uruka Yumino and Mizuki stepped in, their presence restoring a fragile order. Settle down, Uruka said firmly. We're beginning the exams. Naruto slowly pushed himself upright. No complaint, no glare, just silence. A drop of blood hit the floor, no one commented. Before we begin, Uruka continued, we have a new student joining for the exam. Groans filled the room. Naruto didn't look up, he already knew. The door slid open, and she stepped in. Tenku, the same girl from the pond, but now. She looked entirely different. Her white attire flowed softly with her movement, the fabric pristine, untouched by the grime Naruto carried like a second skin. The faint markings on her back remained visible, almost like wings frozen in ink. Her eyes swept the room. And paused on him. Naruto immediately looked away. What is she doing here? Hello, she said calmly. My name is Tenku. I look forward to working with all of you. The words were polite, measured. But her attention never truly left Naruto. The written exam began, papers slid across desks, questions filled with history, theory, pointless memorization. Naruto stared at his sheet, blank, not because he couldn't think, but because none of it mattered. Trees, founders, dates. His grip tightened slightly. Will any of this keep me alive? The answer was obvious. He exhaled slowly and began writing, not answers, questions, challenges, fragments of thought that had no place in a system that had already decided his worth. Time passed, papers were collected. Naruto didn't care. Next, weapon accuracy. The class moved outside, targets lined up in the training field. Naruto's eyes drifted briefly to his right arm. Still, heavy, untrustworthy, just don't fail. Names were called. Students stepped forward, hits, misses, mediocrity, then Uzumaki Naruto. A shift in the air, Naruto stepped forward, weapons were placed in his hands, cheap, unbalanced. He didn't complain, didn't comment, he simply adjusted. His stance shifted, left hand first, a flick of his wrist. Thunk bullseye, murmurs spread, another throw, thunk again and again, 5 in a row, perfect. Uruka's eyes widened slightly, impressive. Across the field, Sasuke Uchiha's gaze sharpened. That accuracy. Not luck, not coincidence, something else. Nearby, Sakura Haruno frowned, while Ino Yamanaka crossed her arms, both unwilling to acknowledge what they had just seen. Hinata, however, smiled softly. Naruto-kun. And Tenku. Watched closely. He's hiding something. Naruto gave a small, almost mocking bow. Thank you, thank you. The moment broke, then. Uruka's voice again, now your right hand. Silence. Naruto's fingers twitched. He reached down. Picked up the kana, his grip faltered, just slightly. He threw. The blade spun wildly, missed completely. Laughter erupted, just like that, everything reset, dead last. Of course. Naruto lowered his arms slowly. His expression didn't change, but inside. Something twisted, not anger, not embarrassment, recognition. Of course, again, he reached for another. His arm trembled more this time, not from weakness, from interference, subtle but there, behind the line. Tenku's eyes narrowed. That's not natural. She stepped closer to Hinata. You can see chakra, can't you? Oh. Hinata blinked, startled. Why, yes. Then look. There was no hesitation in Tenku's voice, only urgency. Hinata swallowed and activated her Byakugan. The world shifted. veins tensed around her eyes, and then she saw it, her breath caught, Naruto's chakra network. It was wrong, unstable, fractured, especially in his right arm, where chakra and flesh seemed forcibly intertwined, barely holding together, but worse. Threads thin, precise, connected to him, controlling him. Her gaze snapped toward Mizuki, her heart skipped. He's controlling it. Tenku's expression darkened, so that's how it is. Naruto lifted his arm again, last two kunai. Just once he threw. The strings pulled, the trajectory shifted. And then, the wind changed suddenly, sharply, a whisper. A break, the invisible thread snapped. Mizuki's eyes flickered in surprise. Too late, Naruto's kunai flew true. Striking the edge of the target, not perfect, but enough. Naruto blinked. That felt different. One left. He tightened his grip. Don't miss, he threw. Harder, cleaner, the blade cut through the air and struck deep into the outer ring. Half buried, solid, real, no interference. Uruka nodded with a small smile. Well done, you pass. Scattered claps followed. Naruto didn't smile. He simply lowered his arm because now he knew something had been holding him back, and just now it had stopped. He glanced briefly toward Tenku. She met his gaze, no words, but understanding passed between them. The shuriken test followed, similar results. Even with his damaged arm, Naruto ranked higher than expected, too high for someone labeled dead last. And people noticed, especially Sasuke, especially Mizuki. Finally, they gathered again, the last stage, the one that mattered, ninjutsu. Uruka stepped forward. This will determine your graduation. The air grew heavy. Naruto stood still, quiet, focused, but deep inside. That presence stirred again, stronger now, closer, like it had been waiting for this exact moment. Watching, hungry, Naruto's fingers twitched slightly. What are you? No answer, only a feeling, something rising, something that didn't belong to a 12-year-old boy. Uruka began calling names, one by one. Students stepped forward, performed, passed, failed, and then Uzumaki Naruto. Silent. Naruto stepped forward, the world seemed to narrow. His heartbeat slowed, the presence moved not outside him, inside, right beneath the surface, waiting. For him to try, Naruto formed the seal, closed his eyes, and for the first time, he didn't feel alone inside his own body. Something else was reaching back. Naruto's fingers tightened into the seal. For a moment, everything went quiet, too quiet. The classroom, the instructors, even his own breath faded, and in that silence, something answered, not a voice, not words, just awareness, watching him from within. Naruto's eyes snapped open. The moment shattered, reality rushed back. The exam room, the pressure, the expectation, and the weight of failure pressing down like it always did. He stood there, last again, always last. His jaw tightened slightly, weeks. He had practiced over and over, until his hands cramped, until his chakra burned, until his vision blurred, and still nothing. Uruka's voice cut through his thoughts. Begin with Kawarami. Naruto didn't respond. He moved, a flicker, a blur, and in an instant his form vanished. A chair appeared in his place. Naruto reappeared beside it, clean, precise. Uruka nodded, marking it down. Good, next henge. Naruto's hands shifted into a single seal. Transform. Smoke erupted when it cleared. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood there, but not as the gentle old leader most knew. This version wore battle gear, armor hardened by war, eyes sharper, colder. Uruka blinked, surprised. That's detailed. Naruto dropped the transformation without ceremony. He showed it to me once. Uruka hesitated, then nodded. All right. For a moment, it looked like Naruto might actually pass. Behind them, Mizuki's smile tightened. No, that won't do. His fingers twitched subtly, barely noticeable, but precise, controlled. Invisible threads formed again. Reaching, connecting, Naruto didn't see them, but his body did. Uruka inhaled. Final test, Bunshin. Silence, Naruto exhaled slowly. Just once, his hands formed the seal. Bunshin no jutsu. Chakra surged, smoke filled the room. And then, collapsed, two figures appeared beside him, but they were wrong, pale, distorted, lifeless. They slumped to the floor instantly. The room fell silent. Uruka closed his eyes briefly. Naruto. Naruto didn't look at him. I'm sorry. Oh. The words felt heavier than usual. You fail. No anger, no shouting, just finality. Naruto stood there for a second longer, then turned, walked out, like it didn't matter, like none of it ever had. Outside. The sun felt colder, students laughed, celebrated, parents gathered, pride, relief, everything Naruto had never known. He watched them for a moment, expression unreadable. So this is what it looks like. Connection, belonging, something he had never been given. His lip curled slightly, keep it. He turned away, hey, that's him. The one who failed. Of course he did. Naruto stopped slowly, his head tilted slightly. I can hear you. The air shifted, chakra. Dark, unsteady, bled from him in thin, wavering strands, his pupils sharpened. Not fully, but enough. The whispers died instantly. The two women stepped back, instinct, fear. Naruto exhaled, the pressure vanished, pathetic. He walked past them, out of the gates, not looking back. From a distance, Hayashi Hyuga watched, silent, calculating. He had seen enough, too much, and now things no longer made sense. Before he could turn. H. Hide to Sama. He looked down. Hinata stood there, breathing unevenly, beside her. Tenku watching, always watching. What is it? Hinata hesitated, then Naruto-kun's exam. Her hands clenched. It was manipulated. Hayashi's expression changed, not shock, not disbelief, something colder. Explain. And she did, every detail, every thread, every movement, and as she spoke, Hayashi's grip on his cane tightened. So, his voice dropped, someone is interfering. His gaze shifted toward the academy, sharp, dangerous, and they chose him. Naruto didn't know any of that, didn't care. He walked through the streets, calm, detached, a quiet whistle slipping from his lips. Done, that was it, no more academy, no more pretending, no more staying. He reached his building. And stopped. Someone stood there, waiting. Mizuki. Hey, Naruto. Naruto walked past him. Move. No hesitation, no respect. Mizuki blinked, caught off guard. Listen, I was thinking. I don't care. Naruto didn't slow down, didn't even glance at him. I'm done here. Mizuki's expression tightened. Damn it. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Naruto was supposed to be desperate, easy to manipulate. But this was something else, then. An idea, a darker one. It's a shame. Naruto's step slowed just slightly. Now that you've failed. Mizuki's voice softened, careful, calculated. You won't be around to protect people. Silence, especially someone like Hinata. Naruto stopped completely. The air changed again. What? Mizuki stepped closer. Think about it. Teams get assigned soon, and Kiba he passed. Naruto's fingers curled. Imagine what happens if they're placed together. Each word was deliberate, poison, alone on missions. No one watching. No one stopping him. Naruto's breathing slowed, too slow, his thoughts. Shifted, images formed, unwanted, violent, wrong, his stomach twisted, disgust, rage, something darker. Slipped in between. His eyes darkened, where? Mizuki smiled, subtle, victorious. There's a scroll. Night fell, the forest stood silent, waiting. Naruto landed in a clearing, the scroll heavy in his arms, forbidden, dangerous, irreversible. He dropped it to the ground, unrolled it, symbols, techniques, power, real power, not the scraps they fed him in the academy. Naruto's eyes scanned the text, fast, hungry. So this is what they kept hidden. His fingers traced the markings. This could change everything. Behind him, the wind shifted, cold, unnatural, and far beyond. Deep beneath everything, something opened its eyes. A cavern dark, endless, not fire, not hell. Something worse, blackened energy coiled like living shadows, devouring everything it touched. Screams echoed, not loud but constant, eternal, and at the center, a throne on it. A figure still sleeping until its eyes snapped open, metallic, glowing, alive. A grin spread slowly across its face. Finally. Its voice wasn't heard, it was felt. After all this time. The shadows trembled, and you've reached the edge. Its form began to unravel, breaking apart into strands of darkness. And now. The cavern shook, you're ready to fall. The shadows surged upward, racing toward the surface, toward him. Back in the clearing, Naruto froze for a split second. His reflection flickered again, not him, something else, smiling. Naruto's reflection didn't fade this time, it lingered, smiling, not with joy, with hunger. Naruto blinked. And it was gone. The clearing returned, the forest breathed again. The scroll lay open in front of him, its parchment whispering in the wind like it was alive. Naruto exhaled slowly. Focus. His voice came out quieter than before. He crouched down again, eyes scanning the forbidden scroll. Techniques, dozens of them, powerful, lethal, forbidden, but... No. He flipped a page, too slow. Another too obvious. Another pointless. Each technique was evaluated, dissected, dismissed, not out of arrogance, but necessity. Naruto wasn't looking for power, he was looking for certainty, something that wouldn't fail him when everything else did. His grip tightened. There has to be something. He turned another page. And then, his patience snapped, the scroll slipped from his hands. A sharp edge caught his finger. A thin line of blood welled up instantly. Naruto hissed under his breath, instinctively wiping it. But too late, a drop fell right onto a cluster of dark, almost invisible markings etched between the scroll's seals. The world stilled, the markings reacted, not with light, but with absence, like the ink swallowed the surrounding color. Then, PFFFT, a small puff of smoke, Naruto froze. A second scroll rolled out from within the first, smaller, darker, sealed. Naruto stared at it. What? Slowly. He reached down, picked it up, turned it over, and then... His breath caught to Naruto Uzumaki. The forest felt colder. This was meant for me. His fingers trembled slightly, not from fear, from something deeper. Expectation, dread, hope. All tangled together. Who the hell? His thumb brushed against the seal. He hesitated. For the first time since he had stolen the forbidden scroll. Naruto hesitated. Don't open it. The thought wasn't his. It didn't feel like his. It was quieter, colder, watching, waiting. Naruto's jaw tightened. Shut up. He broke the seal, the scroll unfurled, and Naruto read. Far away, inside the Hawkage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood near the window, his expression darker than usual. Across from him, Hayashi Hyuga remained still, composed, but his eyes carried weight. You're certain? Hiruzen asked. Hayashi nodded once. I saw it myself. No hesitation, no doubt. The room fell into silence. Hiruzen exhaled slowly, fingers tightening around his pipe. Then we failed him. Oh. The words were quiet but heavy. Hayashi didn't argue because it was true. Mizuki has interfered repeatedly, he continued. Not just today, this has been ongoing. Hiruzen's gaze hardened, then it ends. But even as he said it, something unsettled him, a feeling like they were already too late. Hayashi stepped forward slightly. There is still time to correct this. Hiruzen gave a faint, tired smile. Yes. Then his expression shifted. If we act fast enough. But outside, the wind had already begun to change. Back in the forest, Naruto didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't blink. He just read. Each word cut deeper than the last. Each line shattered something he hadn't realized he still held together. Minato. The name left his lips before he could stop it. Minato Namikaze, his eyes trembled. My father. The words didn't feel real, nothing did. The Hokage, the strongest man in the village, the one everyone respected, feared, admired. That's a joke. But it couldn't be, because the letter. It didn't try to convince him, it didn't beg for forgiveness, it simply told the truth. Cold, direct, unavoidable. Naruto's hands shook harder now. A Jinchuriki. The word felt foreign, heavy. He had heard it before. Whispers, rumors, things no one ever explained. And now. Well, that thing. His chest tightened inside me. The air around him shifted. That presence. The one he had felt earlier. Moved again, closer, interested. Naruto's breathing became uneven. So that's it. Everything made sense now. The looks, the hatred. The isolation, they knew. His eyes darkened, they all knew. The scroll slipped slightly in his grip. His mind raced, too fast, too much. A weapon, that's what they made me. Not a child, not a person, a container, a sacrifice, a mistake. Naruto's teeth clenched, and they expected me to smile. The wind picked up around him. Chakra flickered. Unstable, violent, but beneath it. Something else responded, something older, darker. The presence stirred again, not pushing, not forcing, just watching, waiting for him to break further. Naruto lowered his head. His shadow stretched unnaturally across the ground. Minato Namikaze. His voice trembled, not weak, but restrained. You made your choice. Silence, now I'll make mine. The scroll crumpled slightly in his grip. But he didn't throw it away, didn't reject it, because buried within the pain. There was something else, power, legacy, truth, things that had been hidden from him. Stolen. Naruto's eyes slowly lifted, and for the first time, there was something new in them, not just anger, not just emptiness, purpose, cold, sharp, unforgiving. I'll take everything you left behind. The presence inside him shifted again, satisfied, amused, like it had been waiting for those exact words. Naruto stood up slowly. The forest seemed to lean away from him. And then, his gaze turned toward the distant glow of the village. I decide what happens next. Behind him. The shadows moved, not cast by trees, not natural. They twisted, coiled, rising slightly, as if something unseen had taken a step closer to him, closer than ever before. And Naruto didn't notice. The shadows didn't retreat, they lingered, closer now, listening. Naruto stood in the clearing, the letter still clutched in his hand. The words had burned themselves into him, etched deeper than any scar he carried. He read them again and again and again, as if repetition would change them, as if the truth would somehow break. It didn't. 2,000 years. His voice came out hollow. The final seal, artifacts, a legacy older than the village itself. The sage of 6 paths. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, even the name felt distant. Myth, legend, something untouchable. And yet, you left that to me. Naruto's fingers tightened around the scroll. Why me? The question burned, but he already knew the answer. Because he was convenient, because he was expendable, because he was yours. The word tasted bitter. Naruto lowered the scroll slowly. His breathing became uneven, not from exhaustion, from something deeper, something breaking. You don't get to ask for forgiveness. His voice cracked just once. You don't get to. He stopped because the rest wouldn't come out. His throat tightened, his vision blurred, and before he could stop it, the tears fell, silent, uncontrolled, years of silence, years of swallowing everything, years of pretending it didn't matter, all of it. Collapsed. I didn't ask for this. His shoulders trembled. I didn't ask for any of it. The forest bore witness, the wind stilled. Even the shadows paused, as if watching something fragile, something rare. Naruto Uzumaki. Breaking, you weren't there. His grip tightened not once. The tears kept falling, hot, relentless, and now you want me to carry everything you left behind. His voice rose. Not loud but heavy, you don't get that right. Silence answered him, cold, empty, just like always, and then it changed, the tears stopped, abruptly. Naruto's breathing steadied, too fast, too sudden, his head lowered slightly. Fine. His voice came out different, quieter but sharper, if that's how it is. His eyes lifted, and something inside them had shifted. The pain was still there, but buried under something darker, something colder. Then I'll stop expecting anything. Oh. The wind returned, but it felt wrong, heavy. Naruto's chakra stirred, not like before, not wild, not uncontrolled. This was deliberate. It bled from him in slow, twisting strands, dark, dense. His pupils narrowed, not fully. But enough, I'll take what I need. The presence inside him moved, not separate anymore, closer, aligned, as if it approved, as if it had been waiting for this exact moment. Naruto tilted his head back and screamed, "Damn you." The sound tore through the forest, through the trees, through the air itself. Father. The ground beneath him cracked, chakra surged outward violently. A wave of pressure that crushed leaves, snapped branches, and forced the forest into submission. Damn you, Yondame. The name echoed, carried far beyond the clearing. All the way to the village, at the edge of the forest. Four figures stood frozen: Uruka Yumino, Mizuki, Hinata Hyuga, and Tenku. They had arrived too late, or perhaps just in time to witness it. Uruka's eyes widened in horror. That chakra. It wasn't just strong, it was wrong. Mizuki took a step back instinctively. What the hell is that? His plan. Whatever control he thought he had. It was gone completely. Hinata's Byakugan activated without her realizing. Her vision sharpened. And what she saw made her breath stop. Naruto's chakra network was erupting. Not just unstable, not just damaged, it was being overwritten, something else. Intertwined with it, something vast, something ancient. Naruto-kun. Her voice trembled, not from fear, from realization. He's not alone. Tenku's gaze narrowed, her expression, calm until now, shifted. It's begun. She whispered it not as a guess, as certainty. Naruto's scream faded, but the pressure remained. His body stilled completely. Then he lowered his head slowly and turned toward them. His eyes were no longer just blue. Something darker lingered beneath, watching, smiling. You shouldn't have come. His voice echoed slightly, like it didn't belong entirely to him. Uruka stepped forward. Nah. The ground cracked beneath Naruto's feet. A pulse of chakra exploded outward, forcing all four of them back. Uruka barely held his ground. Mizuki stumbled. Hinata gasped. Tenku didn't move, she simply watched. Interesting. Naruto tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something only he could hear. So this is what it feels like. His fingers curled slowly, testing, sensing, power. The word came out almost curious, not excited, not overwhelmed, just interested. The presence inside him shifted again, closer, closer than ever, not separate anymore, not waiting, beginning to merge. Outside the village, the earth split without warning, without reason. A jagged crack tore through the ground just beyond the gates. Black mist seeped from it, not rising, crawling, like something forcing its way through. Then it gathered, condensed, forming a shape, humanoid, tall, distorted. Its surface wasn't solid, it was made of shadow, compressed into something that resembled flesh. Its eyes opened, metallic, glowing. And then it smiled, a slow, deliberate grin, at last. Its voice wasn't carried by sound, it resonated through the ground, through the air, through everything. I can feel you. Its head tilted slightly. Toward the forest, toward Naruto, you called. The shadows around it twisted violently, and I answered. Back in the clearing. Naruto's body tensed for just a fraction of a second. He felt it, something approaching, something. Massive, ancient, hungry, his eyes narrowed. What was that? No answer, only that presence inside him. Growing, expanding, welcoming it.
Naruto just learned the truth that shattered everything he believed about his life. He's not just an outcast, not just a failure. He's the son of fourth Hokage and the prison of something far more terrifying. But that's not the scariest part, because the moment Naruto finally broke, something answered him. Something ancient, something watching, something that has now taken from outside the village. And the worst part, it coming for him. So the question is Naruto awakening his power or unleashing something that will destroy everything? Stay with me because chapter 2 is only getting darker.
Chapter 2. The scream didn't end, it tore through the sky, raw, broken, filled with something far deeper than anger. It carried pain, it carried truth, and for the first time, it carried power. Naruto stood at the center of the clearing, head thrown back, fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his palms. Damn you. The ground beneath him fractured further. Father. His voice cracked, but the force behind it didn't weaken. Damn you, Yondame. The name echoed far beyond the forest, into the village, into the walls that had watched him suffer, into the very place that had created him, beyond those walls. The earth answered, not gently, not naturally. A jagged rupture split the ground open just outside Konoha's gates. From within, darkness leaked, not shadow, not absence of light, something alive. It coiled upward like smoke that refused to disperse, thickening, condensing. Forming, a figure stepped forward, humanoid, tall, wrong. Its body was made of layered darkness, constantly shifting, never fully stable. Two metallic eyes gleamed from within, sharp and aware. And then it smiled, oh. Its voice didn't travel through air, it pressed against reality. I can feel you. The entity tilted its head slightly, as if savoring something distant. That pain, that hatred. Its grin widened, delicious. Its form began to unravel again, breaking into countless strands of shadow. A time to meet you. The darkness surged forward, racing toward the forest, toward Naruto. Back in the clearing, Naruto's breathing turned ragged, the letter crumpled in his hand. You bastard. His voice dropped low, shaking, because of you. Memories surged, not clean, not clear, fragments, pain, loneliness, humiliation. I lost everything. His chakra exploded outward again. Darker this time, heavier, and for what? The air around him twisted violently. WHY. The scream that followed was no longer human. Why did you throw me into this hell? At the edge of the clearing, everything froze. Mizuki staggered back, eyes wide. No. His voice barely came out. That's not possible. He stared at Naruto, really stared this time. The hair, the eyes, the presence. Minato-sama. His body trembled. What have I done? Nearby, Uroka Yumino stood rooted in place. His chest tightened painfully. Naruto. Regret hit him harder than any blow. I should have seen it. I should have helped him. His fists clenched. I failed you. Behind them, Hinata Hyuga felt her vision blur. Her Byakugan flickered. Unstable, Naruto-kun. Her voice broke. This isn't just pain. This is something else. And beside her, Tenku stepped forward, calm, focused, but her eyes. Sharp, I don't have time. She raised her hands, the air responded instantly. Heavenly winds. Her voice carried something ancient, bind his fury. The wind twisted unnaturally, forming visible currents, then tightening. Chains they shot forward wrapped around Naruto, his body jerked violently. No. The chains tightened, let me go. The ground cracked again as he struggled. His chakra surged. Fighting, resisting, damn you all. His voice distorted, I'll destroy everything. The chains held barely, Tenku's eyes narrowed. Not yet. Her aura shifted, light began to gather around her. Pure blinding Tenshippo. The air trembled, wings of heaven. The light erupted. For a moment, everything disappeared, sound, sight, thought, only light remained when it faded. Silence followed, and then wings white, massive, unnatural in their purity, feathers drifted through the air like falling snow. Tenku stood at the center. Transformed, her presence had changed completely. No longer hidden, no longer subtle. Something divine now stood in that clearing. Even the air felt lighter. Uruka stared in disbelief. Hinata's breath caught. Mizuki dropped to his knees. Kami. Tenku didn't acknowledge them. Her focus remained on Naruto. Still bound, still shaking, still fighting, she stepped closer. Gently this time, Tenshippo. Her voice softened, heaven's rest. The feathers moved, circling Naruto slowly, like a quiet storm. Naruto's movements faltered, his breathing slowed. What is? His voice weakened, his eyes struggled to stay open. This. The darkness in them flickered just slightly, then. Gone, his body went limp, he fell. But didn't hit the ground. Tenku caught him, carefully, like something fragile. She looked down at his face, the dried tear marks, the tension still etched into his expression. Why didn't anyone save you? It wasn't a question, it was an accusation, a quiet one, but heavy. She turned Uruka, Hinata, Mizuki, all staring, all silent. We need to move. Hawkage Tower, minutes later, Naruto lay unconscious on the couch, still, quiet, but not at peace. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood nearby, his expression darker than ever, beside him. Hayashi Hyuga watched everything closely. The room felt heavy, tense. Hiruzen's gaze shifted to Mizuki. You understand your situation. No anger, no shouting, just judgment. Mizuki lowered his head. Yes. His voice was empty. I accept it. Uruka stepped forward slightly. Why? The question lingered. Mizuki hesitated, then spoke. I admired the fourth. His voice cracked faintly. I wanted to guide his child. He laughed bitterly, and I couldn't even recognize him. Silence. Hayashi's eyes hardened. So your regret only came when you realized his identity. Mizuki didn't deny it, yes. That was enough. Hayashi didn't look away. ANBU. Two masked figures appeared instantly. Mizuki didn't resist, didn't speak. He was taken, gone just like that. Then, all eyes turned to Tenku. Hiruzen studied her carefully. What are you? The question wasn't casual, it carried weight, caution. Tenku exhaled slowly. I am not from your world. She met his gaze directly. I am what you would call. A pause, then angel. The word settled heavily in the room. Hayashi's grip tightened. Uruka froze. Hinata's eyes widened. Tenku continued calmly. There are others like me. Her gaze shifted briefly toward Naruto, and we exist for a reason. Silence followed, heavy, uncertain. Because whatever had just begun was far beyond a simple academy failure, and everyone in that room felt it. Silence lingered after Tenku's revelation, not the kind born from confusion, but the kind that comes when truth is too large to process at once. The room in the Hawkage Tower felt smaller, heavier, like something unseen had stepped inside with them. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned forward slightly, eyes fixed on Tenku. You said abilities passed to humans. His voice was measured. You mean bloodlines? Tenku inclined her head once. Yes. No hesitation. What you call keke genkai, they are fragments. She folded her hands in her lap, posture calm, but her gaze remained sharp. Echoes of unions long forgotten. Humans were never meant to wield such power alone. Oh. Uruka Yumino frowned slightly. Then what are these races exactly? Tenku exhaled slowly, choosing her words carefully. There are 5 dominant lineages beyond humanity. Her voice lowered not out of fear but gravity. My kind angels, we carry light and wind, we guide when allowed. Her eyes flickered briefly toward Naruto, unconscious, when not too late. She continued, there are warriors who live only for battle, bound to endless conflict, others who exist between life and death, bound to the flow of souls itself. Hayashi's gaze sharpened, and the rest. Tenku hesitated for the first time. There was discomfort, creatures of desire and creatures of night. The room grew colder. There are beings who manipulate life through hunger, through instinct, through darkness. She didn't elaborate further, didn't need to, because the implication alone was enough. Hiruzen's fingers tightened around his pipe, and these beings. His voice lowered, they serve something. Tenku's expression changed, subtly, but enough, yes. A single word, heavy. There are forces older than your world, older than your history. Her eyes darkened slightly, and one of them. A pause has already taken notice. At that exact moment, Naruto stirred, a low groan escaped him. Every head turned instantly. Naruto's eyes opened slowly, unfocused at first. Then sharpening, then burning. He sat up abruptly, so. His voice was rough, cold, his gaze locked onto Hiruzen. You don't know why they hate me. Silent. You don't know who my parents are. His fingers curled into the couch. Is there anything you didn't lie about? The words hit harder than any attack. Uruka stepped forward instinctively. Naruto, watch your. Don't. Naruto's voice cut through him instantly. Sharp, final. Don't talk to me like you didn't know. Uruka froze, his chest tightened painfully. Naruto stood, unsteady but standing. You're worse. His eyes narrowed, at least he hid behind a title. His gaze flicked to Hiruzen. You. Back to Uruka, pretended to care. The words didn't come out loud, they didn't need to. Uruka staggered back a step like he'd been struck. Naruto turned toward the door. I'm done. His voice dropped again, with all of this. Each step felt heavier than the last. Not from hesitation, but from finality. I stayed longer than I should have. His hand reached for the handle. That's my mistake. Before he could open it. Hayashi Hyuga spoke. Where do you think you're going? Naruto didn't turn immediately. Out. Simple, absolute, he glanced back over his shoulder, away from this place. Hiruzen stepped forward. Think about what you're leaving behind, your friends, your. The handle cracked, metal bent under Naruto's grip. I don't have anything here. His voice didn't rise, but it carried more weight than shouting ever could, and I never did. The room fell silent again, because no one could deny it, not anymore. Your father. Hayashi began, Naruto snapped, he's not my father. The response was instant, violent. Don't call him that. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Hiruzen stepped forward quickly. As Hokage, I'm ordering you to remain. Naruto turned fully now, eyes blazing. You can't order me. A step forward, I'm not your shinobi. His voice sharpened, I failed your exam. Silence then. Hayashi spoke again, you are a genin. Naruto stopped, what? Hiruzen moved to his desk, pulled out a document. By law, an academy student recognized by 3 clan heads. He placed it down and approved by the Hokage. He met Naruto's gaze, is promoted regardless of test results. The words settled heavily. Naruto stared, disbelief. Then anger, then something darker. You're joking. No one answered because it wasn't a joke. Naruto laughed once, sharp, humorless. So now I'm useful. His killing intent surged, filling the room. Now I matter. The pressure made the air feel thick, hard to breathe, after everything. Hayashi remained steady. Your abilities were suppressed. This corrects that. Naruto's gaze snapped to him. Corrects. His voice dropped dangerously low. You think this fixes anything? His hand moved, grabbing the nearest object. Throwing it, it shattered against the wall beside Hayashi. No one moved because no one dared. I don't care about your laws. Naruto turned back toward the door again. I'm leaving. Then you'll be haunted. Hayashi's voice cut through the room, cold, certain, a rogue shinobi. Naruto paused just for a second. Try it. No fear, none, see what happens. Oh, Hiruzen moved quickly. Stepping in front of him, wait. Naruto's eyes narrowed. What? For the first time. Hiruzen dropped the title, the authority, everything. What do you want? The question hung in the air. Naruto stared at him, long, hard, then. On the truth. No hesitation, everything. His voice was steady, controlled, no more lies. The room held its breath. Tell me about my mother. A pause, my siblings. Another, and if you lie to me even once. His eyes darkened further. I walk. Final, absolute, and next time. A faint flicker of something deeper crossed his expression. You won't be able to stop me. Silence heavy, unavoidable. Hiruzen exhaled slowly. Very well. He turned, reached into his desk, and pulled out a scroll. Then you need to understand what you've inherited. He placed it down in front of Naruto, not just as a shinobi. A pause, but as something far more dangerous. Naruto didn't move immediately, but his gaze never left the scroll, and somewhere deep inside. That presence stirred again, waiting, watching, because whatever truth came next would only push him further. The scroll lay between them, untouched, heavy, like it carried more than ink and paper, like it carried weight Naruto wasn't ready to bear. He didn't pick it up, not yet. Instead, his eyes remained locked on Hiruzen Sarutobi. My mother. His voice was quieter now, but sharper. My siblings. No anger in the words themselves, but everything behind them burned. Hiruzen closed his eyes briefly, as if bracing himself. Your mother. He stopped, adjusted. She made her choice. Naruto didn't move, didn't blink. She believed the burden inside you would consume you. The words were careful, measured. She feared what you might become. Naruto's fingers twitched, that fear. Hiruzen continued slowly, turned into something else. The silence stretched. She left. Naruto's gaze lowered slightly, and the others. Hiruzen's grip tightened on his pipe. They were taken with her. A pause. They've been raised away from the village. Another pause, and taught to see you as a threat. The words landed heavy, final. Naruto let out a quiet breath. So that's it. No disbelief, no denial, just acceptance. My own family. Oh. His lips curved slightly. Not into a smile, into something colder. Wants me dead. No one corrected him because no one could. Naruto walked forward slowly, sat down on the couch, picked up the scroll for a moment. He just looked at it, everything it represented. Legacy, power, a name, a life that was supposed to be his. Namikaze. The word felt foreign, wrong. He stood again, walked toward the fireplace. Everyone watched. No one spoke, not even when he raised the scroll slightly. Not even when his fingers tightened. Not even when. He threw it into the flames, Naruto. Hiruzen's voice broke, too late, the fire caught instantly, the edges blackened. Cold. Consumed, Hayashi moved faster than expected. His hand plunged into the flames, pulling the scroll out. But when he opened it, there was almost nothing left, ash, fragments, the legacy of Minato Namikaze. Gone, reduced to cinders, only one small sealed portion remained intact, barely. Hayashi stared at it. You've destroyed it. Hiruzen's voice was strained. Why? Naruto didn't hesitate, because I don't want it. His answer came instantly, without regret. I don't want his name. His eyes hardened. I don't want his legacy. His chakra flickered faintly. Dark, cold, I don't want anything he left behind. The room felt smaller again. He turned, walked toward the door. I'm done being what they decided I should be. His hand hit the door, and it slammed open from now on. He paused at the threshold. I decide who I am. Then he left. The hallway outside felt colder, empty. Naruto didn't slow down, didn't look back, behind him. The office erupted into motion. Hayashi stepped forward immediately. We can't let him go like this. Hiruzen stood slowly. No. Not as Hokage, not as leader, as someone who had already lost too much. We won't. They moved, Uruka followed, so did Hinata and Tenku. Last, her gaze lingered on the empty doorway. You're slipping further. Then she turned and followed. Naruto exited the tower. The night air hit him instantly, cool, sharp, real for a moment. He just stood there, breathing, then he moved fast through the streets, through the village, toward the only place that had ever been his, even if it barely qualified. He didn't notice the figure he brushed past, didn't care. Watch it. Naruto shoved past without looking. Move. The word came out like a reflex, cold, detached, behind him. A woman turned, her red hair caught the dim light, her eyes locked onto his back, unblinking, beside her. Two children, blonde, watching. Was that him? The girl's voice was quiet, the boy nodded slowly. Yeah. The woman didn't speak immediately. Her expression didn't change, but something in her eyes tightened. Then it's time. Her voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried weight, finality. Kushina Uzumaki didn't look away, not even for a second. Naruto reached his apartment, didn't stop, didn't hesitate. He climbed up the stairs, up to the roof. The city stretched out beneath him, lights flickering, life continuing like nothing had changed. Of course. He sat down on the small rooftop structure, hands resting on his knees. Why would it? Everything inside him felt distant, disconnected. His father had turned him into a vessel. His mother had abandoned him. His siblings were being shaped into weapons against him, and the village had simply watched. Naruto looked up at the sky. What did I do wrong? The question came out quietly, not demanding, not accusing, just tired. Then the anger returned, sudden, violent. His chakra surged outward again. Dark blue strands lashing around him like living things. WHY. The shout tore through the night. Why was ITME? The air warped, the pressure increased. I didn't ask for this. His fists clenched tighter. I didn't ask for any of it. Oh, his voice cracked, but didn't break. I just wanted. He stopped because he didn't even know anymore. Anything. Silence followed, heavy, suffocating. Naruto dropped back down onto the rooftop, his chakra slowly receding. I'd give anything. The words slipped out, barely audible, to be free of this. A pause, then. Anything. Naruto's eyes snapped open. He turned, slowly, and froze. Something stood behind him, not human, not even close, tall, towering. Its body looked like armor forged from darkness itself, layered, jagged, alive. Tendrils extended from its frame, each one ending in glowing, serrated edges that pulsed faintly. Its skin, if it could be called that, was pitch black, its eyes. Cyan burning, watching, two curved horns extended from its head. And when it smiled, it felt wrong, you called. Its voice didn't echo, it pressed into Naruto's mind, heavy, ancient, and I came. Naruto didn't move, didn't speak, because for the first time since everything had begun, he understood the presence, the failing, the thing inside him, and the thing standing in front of him were connected. Who? His voice came out low, controlled. Are you? The entity tilted its head slightly, its grin widened. I am what answers. A step forward, the rooftop didn't shake, but reality did, the question you just asked. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and what do you want? The entity's gaze deepened. Nothing. A pause, then. That you haven't already offered. Silence, and then Naruto realized what he had said. Anything. The entity leaned closer. So tell me, Naruto Uzumaki. Its voice dropped. Almost gentle, how far are you willing to go? The shadows around them twisted violently. To be free. The question hung in the air, how far are you willing to go to be free? Naruto didn't answer, not immediately, because for the first time, he could feel it clearly. The presence before him wasn't just powerful, it was absolute. Standing near it felt like drowning without water, like his very existence was being weighed and found insignificant. His breath hitched slightly, not from fear alone, but from instinct. This thing is beyond anything I've ever faced. Below the rooftop, the village had gathered, drawn by the pressure, drawn by the unnatural darkness pressing down over Konoha like a storm that didn't belong to the sky. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood at the front, eyes locked upward, beside him. Hayashi Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, Uruka Yumino. And Tenku, but they weren't alone. A woman with striking red hair stood rigid among them, her eyes locked on Naruto, Kushina Uzumaki, beside her. Two children, blonde, watching, waiting, and for the first time, regret had begun to take shape. The pressure vanished just for a moment, and all eyes lifted to the rooftop where Naruto stood. Face to face with something that should not exist. Tenku's breath caught, her body trembled violently. No. Her voice barely came out. It can't be. Because she knew, she recognized it, and that made it worse. Naruto swallowed. Who are you? The entity didn't answer directly. Instead, it stepped closer. You said you would do anything. Its voice pressed into his mind again. Was that truth? Naruto's fists clenched, his thoughts raced. Pain, betrayal, isolation, everything that had led him here. Yes. The answer came out steady, certain. I meant it. The entity smiled, satisfied. Good. Its hand rose. Clawed, dark energy gathering within its palm. Then let me show you what freedom truly is. Before anyone could react, it struck, its hand pressed against Naruto's abdomen, right over the seal, and then it forced its power inside. No. Hiruzen's voice broke as the air itself screamed. Crimson chakra exploded outward. Violent, chaotic, alive. It poured from Naruto like a flood breaking through a shattered dam. The streets trembled, buildings cracked, people screamed. The chakra twisted, coiled, and began to take form, flesh, bone, mass until it stood towering, monstrous, Kurama. The nine tails opened its eyes slowly, and then it laughed deep, hungry. Finally. Its voice rumbled across the village. Freedom. Panic spread instantly. Shinobi moved, civilians fled, and above it all, Naruto collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest, breathing ragged, the burden gone, but the pain still there. The fox raised a claw. Let's finish this. But before it could strike, a voice interrupted, calm, amused. Is that so? The Ninetales froze, its entire body stiffened, slowly. It turned and saw him, the entity, standing above, watching, smiling for the first time. Fear, true fear, crawled through the beast. No. It stepped back instinctively. It can't be. The entity raised its hand, casually, and pointed. Not at the fogs, but above the village. Dark energy gathered, compressed, then fired. The sky tore open, a vortex formed, black, endless, hungry. It spun slowly at first, then faster, pulling, dragging everything toward it. The Ninetales roared. No. It turned, ran, faster than it ever had, but it didn't matter. The pull grew stronger, relentless. You belong to me. The entity's voice echoed, cold, absolute. The vortex intensified. The Ninetales dug its claws into the ground, tearing through stone. Desperate, please. Its voice changed, panic, real. I'll go back. Oh. Too late. The pull increased. Its massive body lifted, dragged closer, closer. Its flesh began to tear. Stripped away by the force, its screams. Unbearable until silence. The vortex collapsed, gone, nothing left. The Ninetales erased. The village stood frozen. No one spoke, no one moved, because what they had just witnessed was impossible. The entity lowered its hand, satisfied. Now. It turned back to Naruto, our agreement. Naruto looked up, breathing hard, pain still burning through his body. No. The word surprised everyone, even the entity. What? Naruto forced himself to stand. You didn't take everything. His eyes darkened, not all of it. The entity tilted its head, curious. Explain. Naruto met its gaze directly, no hesitation. My blood. Oh, a pause, my ties. His voice dropped, everything that connects me to them. Silence, then. Laughter, deep, amused. You would abandon even that. Naruto didn't flinch, yes. The entity circled him slowly, studying. And what will you offer in return? Naruto inhaled slowly, then dropped to one knee. The village watched, stunned, frozen. My soul. The words fell like a verdict, and my loyalty. His head lowered. To you alone. Tenku moved instantly. No. But she was too late, because Naruto didn't look back, didn't hesitate. He had already decided. The entity smiled, acceptable. Its hand rose again. Power gathering. This will hurt. Tenku's wings flared. She surged forward. I won't let you. Chains of wind formed, rushing toward Naruto. Not again. But Naruto's eyes snapped open. Not blue, not anymore, dark, endless. Stay out of it. His chakra exploded outward, destroying the chains instantly. The backlash threw everyone back, hard. Tenku hit the ground. Stunned, Naruto didn't look at her, didn't look at anyone. Don't interfere. His voice was empty, dead. He stepped forward, kneeled again. You may begin. Tenku's hands trembled. No. Her voice broke. I failed. Kushina stepped forward desperately. Wait. But her body refused to move fast enough, because everything was already too late. The entity moved. A blade formed in its hand, without warning. It struck. Naruto screamed, his arm gone, severed instantly, falling lifelessly to the ground. AAHHH. The pain was immediate, blinding. But before it could settle, the entity pressed a glowing orb into Naruto's chest. Forget the old one. It forced it inside, be reborn. The world exploded, chakra condensed violently. Naruto's body convulsed. Cracking, burning, changing. His eyes snapped open. Glowing, unnatural, something else was taking shape. Get away from him, my son. The voice cut through everything. The entity turned slowly and saw her, Kushina, standing there, burning with fury. Your son. It asked, amused. Kushina didn't hesitate. Yes. Her voice shook, but didn't break. My son. The entity smiled wider and pointed at her, then watched closely. The words struck harder than any blade. You forsook him. The abyssal god didn't raise his voice, didn't need to. You abandoned him and shaped others to end him. Its gaze fixed on Kushina Uzumaki, not with anger but with something far worse, judgment. You lost the right to call him your son. Silence followed, heavy, crushing. The storm of chakra around Naruto stopped, abruptly, unnaturally. What remained was worse. His body stood frozen at the center of the rooftop, cracked, not metaphorically, physically, like something inside him had shattered his very form. Thin lines spread across his skin. Glowing faintly, his eyes. No longer human, they burned with a deep, abyssal cyan, and his mouth leaked the same unnatural light. The abyssal god smiled, slowly, then it widened, and now the cracks deepened. Your son. The light intensified, bleeding through every fracture, is mine. Oh. Naruto screamed, not like before, not rage, not pain, something beyond both, a sound that didn't belong to any living thing. The sky darkened, clouds twisted violently above Konoha, a wave of energy erupted outward, crashing through the village like a silent explosion. Windows shattered, walls trembled, people dropped where they stood, and Naruto's body broke. The outer layer of his skin peeled away, disintegrating into ash-like fragments that scattered across the air, revealing something new, something that had never existed before. The dust settled slowly, and when it cleared, Naruto stood, but not as the boy they knew, not even close. His form had changed, completely. His skin had taken on a pale, stone-like tone, smooth but unnatural. His physique sharper, denser, like something forged rather than grown. His hair no longer blonde, now silver, threaded with streaks of dark crimson. His eyes still glowing, still wrong, and his right arm was no longer human. Black armor covered it entirely, fused seamlessly with his flesh. Crimson lines pulsed beneath its surface like veins, leading down into a clawed hand at the center of his forearm. An orb dark closed until it opened. A single slitted eye stared out from it, watching, alive. Naruto looked down at himself, slowly, carefully. He flexed his fingers, observed the way the armor moved with him, the way the power flowed through his body. So this is it. His voice had changed, still his, but deeper, echoing slightly, layered. The abyssal god stepped closer, pleased. Well. Oh. It asked softly, how does it feel? Naruto didn't answer immediately. He lifted his arm, watched the claw flex, watched the energy ripple beneath his skin. Then he laughed at first. Quiet, almost uncertain, then louder, then uncontrolled, ha ha. His shoulders shook, ha ha ha. His head tilted back, ha 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 ha. The sound echoed across the village, unnatural, unstable, alive. This. He inhaled sharply. This is power. His gaze snapped toward the abyssal god. Thank you. His voice steadied, cold, reverent. My lord. He turned toward the village, toward Konoha, the place that had raised him, broken him, abandoned him. Naruto stepped forward and spoke. His voice carried farther than it should have. Hear me. Every ear in the village caught it. Every heart froze at birth. His eyes burned brighter. I was Naruto Uzumaki. A pause, Namikaze. The name lingered. Then shattered, I was made a prison. His chakra surged outward again. But now it obeyed him, controlled, focused, no more. The ground cracked beneath his feet. I cast that name away. His gaze hardened. I cast that life away. The wind howled, the sky darkened further. from this moment. His voice dropped. Final, I choose who I become. A pause, then. Shinnen no Naruto. The name echoed strange, foreign, wrong, yet. It fit, I am no longer yours. His eyes swept the village, cold, unforgiving, I belong to the abyss. Silence followed, not because no one heard him, because no one could respond. Kushina Uzumaki stood frozen. Her body trembled, her breath uneven. No. The word barely escaped her, beside her. Arashi Natsuki both staring, both realizing. Too late, what they had done. Hinata Hyuga collapsed, her body gave out entirely. The shock. Too much, Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his head, not in defeat, in regret, deep, unrelenting. Hayashi Hyuga closed his eyes, silent for once. Without answers, and Tenku fell to her knees, her wings faded, her light dimmed. I failed. Her voice broke, I couldn't save him. Above them all, the abyssal god watched, satisfied, its gaze lingered on Naruto. No. On what Naruto had become, yes. It whispered, this is only the beginning. Naruto stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the village one last time, not with longing, not with pain. With something else, something far colder, goodbye. The word held no emotion, none at all.
Naruto is gone, not dead, not defeated, but completely changed. The boy who once begged for acknowledgement has erased his own name, his past, even his humanity, and its place something far darker has been burned. Shinnen, no Naruto, a being tied to be abyss itself, the Ninetales is gone. His family has lost him, and Konoha just watched its greatest mistake walk away. But here is the real question. Did Naruto finally free himself? Or did he just become a weapon for something far worse? And if he returns, will he come back as a savior? Or the end of everything? Stay with me because chapter 3 is about to change everything.
Chapter 3. A week had passed, 7 days since the boy named Naruto Uzumaki died. And something else took his place. The village still stood, but it no longer felt like home. And no Naruto stood atop a rooftop overlooking Konoha, silent, still, watching, where once there had been whispers, glares, and hatred. Now there was fear, respect, worship. It disgusted him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the streets below. So this is all it takes. Power, that was all they had ever understood, all they had ever respected. A hollow laugh echoed quietly in his mind, pathetic. The memories of the past week flickered through his thoughts, people bowing, shopkeepers offering him goods for free, voices trembling as they begged forgiveness. And Naruto had responded the only way he knew how now, cold, unforgiving. Those who approached him were dismissed, those who persisted were broken, not always physically, sometimes worse. The eye embedded within his right arm pulsed faintly. Alive, watching, Naruto glanced at it. A faint smirk formed. You enjoy this too, don't you? The eye didn't respond, but it didn't need to. His gaze shifted to the sky. Dark clouds lingered above him. Not natural, never moving, always there. A shadow that followed him wherever he went. Good. Naruto turned, stepping back into his room. Bare, empty, much like everything else in his life. He reached for the only thing resembling clothing. A worn poncho, his expression soured instantly. Temporary. Oh, before he could put it on. The air twisted, a vortex opened, dark, familiar from within it. A small figure stumbled out, bent, submissive. Shinnen-sama. The man bowed deeply, trembling. I bring what was requested. Naruto didn't respond immediately. He simply watched. Then a rack was pulled through the portal, covered, sealed, waiting. Naruto stepped closer, slowly, almost curiously. The cloth was removed, and for the first time since his transformation, something genuine flickered in his expression. Interest. The armor stood before him. Dark, beautiful, terrifying, forged from something far beyond ordinary metal. Its surface absorbed light itself. As if rejecting the very concept of brightness, the left arm plating extended into claw-like talons. Flexible, responsive. Alive with chakra pathways, the shoulders bore jagged spikes designed not just for defense but intimidation, and the back carried strange conduits, channels for power. Naruto reached out, ran his fingers along its surface. This, his voice lowered slightly, is worthy. But the most unsettling detail was what it was made from: fragments, remnants, bones of Kurama. Naruto's smirk deepened. How fitting. He turned slightly toward the trembling messenger. Tell your master. His voice carried quiet authority. I approve. The man nodded rapidly. Yes, Shinnen-sama. Naruto's gaze sharpened and reminded him. A pause, I don't wait. The message was clear. The man bowed again and vanished into the vortex. Minutes later, Naruto stood fully equipped. The armor fit seamlessly, as if it had been made for him. And only him. He flexed his hand. The claws responded instantly. A low chuckle escaped him. Better. He stepped forward and disappeared from the rooftop. He landed in the street below. The impact cracked the stone. The reaction was immediate. People scattered, voices silenced, eyes lowered. Naruto inhaled slowly. The scent of fear filled the air, still the same. He began walking toward the academy, not because he needed it, not because he wanted it, but because something unfinished waited there. Hawkage Tower, John, an assignment meeting. Inside, tension filled the room. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood at the front, already exhausted. This wasn't supposed to be complicated. Assign teams, train them, move forward. Instead, it had turned into something else entirely. Everyone wants him. His voice was low, frustrated. 4 Jonin stood before him, each with the same request: Kakashi Hadake, Kurama Yuhai, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kushina Uzumaki. The room felt heavy. Each of them wanted Shinnen no Naruto, for different reasons, different intentions, but the result was the same: conflict. Enough. Hiruzen's voice cut through the tension. Explain your choices. One by one, they spoke: strategies, formations, logic, all valid, all meaningless, because none of them understood one thing. Naruto no longer belonged to Konoha Academy. Moments later, the doors burst open. Silence followed instantly. Every student froze, every voice died. Naruto stepped inside, slow, controlled, dominant. No one spoke, no one moved, because they all felt it, the difference. This wasn't the same boy. This wasn't someone they could mock or ignore or challenge. This was something else entirely. Naruto scanned the room, unimpressed, bored. His usual seat was there, waiting, but so were the memories attached to it: conflict, annoyance, irrelevance. He exhaled quietly. Pointless. Then he noticed her, Hinata Hyuga, sitting alone, silent, watching him, not with fear, not entirely, something else. Naruto paused for just a second, then turned and walked toward her. The class held its breath. He stopped beside her, pulled out the chair, and sat down. No words, no explanation, just a decision, and somehow that was more unsettling than anything else he had done. The chair creaked softly as Naruto settled beside her, close, too close. Hinata Hyuga stiffened instantly, her fingers tightening around the edge of her desk. He's right here. Her heart raced, loud, uncontrollable. After everything, he's still. Her thoughts tangled, heat rushing to her face as she dared a glance at him, only to immediately look away. I am fine. The words barely formed, but they were honest, at least partially, because what she felt wasn't just fear, and that confused her more than anything. Across the room, Tenku watched silently, carefully. Her eyes didn't leave Naruto for a second. Something is still there. But that thought was dangerous, because of what she had heard, because of what she now knew. Flashback: the night before. The darkness had been absolute. The presence Overwhelming, Tenku stood before the abyssal god, her wings dimmed, her confidence fractured. Why him? Her voice had been quiet, but it carried weight. The entity turned, slowly, amused. Why not? That answer alone had shaken her, but it didn't stop there. He was never just yours to protect. Its gaze pierced through her. He belonged to all of us. Tenku's breath caught all. Light, darkness, death, chaos. Each word pressed into her. Every higher power had a hand in his existence. A pause, and yet. The abyssal god stepped closer. None of them acted. Tenku's wings trembled. We were meant to guide. You were meant to protect. The correction was sharp, cold, and you didn't. Silence heavy, unavoidable, he suffered. Oh, another step they watched. Closer, I claimed him. Right in front of her now, because I could. Its hand lifted, tilting her chin upward because he asked. Tenku couldn't respond, couldn't deny it, because it was true. Naruto had chosen, and that truth terrified her more than anything. Present, academy. The door slammed open, the moment shattered. Kiba and Yuzuka stormed in, scratches still visible across his face. His eyes immediately locked onto Naruto. Then, to where he was sitting, next to Hinata, his expression twisted. What the hell are you doing here? His voice carried anger. But underneath it, something weaker, fear, and why are you sitting next to her? Naruto didn't move, didn't react immediately. Then, he turned his head slightly. One eyebrow raised, still don't get it. His voice was calm, almost bored. She's not yours. A pause and never was. The words hit harder than a punch. Kiba's jaw tightened. You think you can just... He lunged, fist drawn back. Swinging, Naruto didn't even stand, didn't even shift fully. His left hand rose and caught the punch midair, effortlessly. A quiet yawn followed. That's it. His grip tightened, Kiba's expression twisted in pain. You've gotten slower. Naruto's eyes darkened slightly, or maybe. A faint smirk, you were always this weak. Then, he moved, a simple motion, but precise. Kiba's body flew across the room, slamming into the wall hard enough to crack it. The class froze. No one spoke. No one moved. Kiba pushed himself up slowly. Shaikung. Not just from the impact, he didn't even try. The realization hit him harder than the blow. Naruto didn't look back, didn't care. He turned toward Hinata again, like nothing had happened. You okay? The question was simple, unexpected. Hinata blinked. Why, yes. Her voice shook slightly, but her eyes stayed on him this time. Naruto-kun. She stopped herself because she didn't know what to call him anymore. Naruto noticed, but said nothing. I hope we don't get stuck with idiots. His tone was casual, but the meaning wasn't, especially him. A glance toward Kiba or Uchiha. Another pause or the pink one. Hinata couldn't help it. A small, nervous smile appeared, brief but real. The door opened again. Uruka Yumino stepped in. The tension in the room didn't fade. It thickened. Listen up. His voice was firm, but strained, as you've heard. He glanced at Naruto briefly. There were irregularities in past evaluations. Careful wording, which have now been corrected. A murmur spread, confusion, doubt, before Uruka could continue. A voice cut through. Sakura Haruno, that's ridiculous. The room stilled again. He's still the worst here. Her arms crossed, confident, dismissive. If anything, Mizuki was right. The air shifted instantly. A heavy pressure filled the room. Naruto's smile returned, but it wasn't the same one as before. Say that again. His voice was soft, too soft. Sakura hesitated. Just for a second, then. I said. She stepped forward. You don't have what it takes. She didn't finish. Because Naruto raised one finger and caught her punch, easily, her eyes widened. Impossible. Naruto tilted his head slightly. You talk too much. A flick just won, the sound echoed, sharp. Sakura dropped to her knees, screaming her hand. Bent wrong, Uruka stepped forward immediately. Naruto, that's enough. Naruto turned his head slowly, his gaze cold, unmoving, and her attacking me was. Uruka froze because he didn't have an answer. Naruto leaned back slightly. Exactly. Silence followed, heavy, uncomfortable. Uruka exhaled slowly. Team assignments. His voice steadied, but barely. Team 1. He read the names and the room shifted again. Tenku, Arashi, Natsuki. Hinata's breath caught slightly. Naruto didn't react, but inside something stirred. Names. Connections, fragments of a past he had tried to erase. His fingers twitched slightly against the desk, just once. Then, still again, the classroom noise faded into nothing. Naruto stopped listening. Names, teams, voices, all of it became distant, irrelevant, until Team 7. That caught his attention, a slow shift of his gaze. Will consist of Shinnen no Naruto. Silence deepened. Naruto leaned back slightly, waiting, uninterested. Sakura Haruno. A faint twitch, barely noticeable, then Sasuke Uchiha. Everything stopped. Naruto's claws pressed into the desk, wood cracked instantly. Burned, his eyes darkened, of course. Around the room, voices erupted, fangirls whining, complaining, begging for a different fate. Naruto didn't care, not about them. Not about their noise, only about that name, Sasuke Uchiha, a legacy, a curse. Another person carrying a past he had already rejected. Pathetic. His voice didn't rise, but it cut through everything. Uruka continued. You will be under the guidance of Kakashi Headache. That made it worse. Naruto's grip tightened further. The desk beneath his hand charred. The student of the fourth. His jaw clenched. They never stop, do they? More names followed, but they barely registered, until Time 8. Naruto's attention shifted again. Hinata Hyuga. A brief pause, Kiba and Yuzuka. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Across the room, Kiba cheered loudly, too loudly, and Shino Aburame. Naruto leaned back again, silent, but the tension in the air around him. Changed, Uruka finished. Are any questions? A mistake. Naruto raised his hand, then didn't wait. His fist slammed into the desk. The impact echoed. The desk split. Yeah. His voice dropped, cold. Whose idea was it? A pause to put him on her team. His gaze flicked toward Kiba, when everyone here knows what he's tried. Silence heavy, uncomfortable. Naruto didn't stop. And why? His eyes shifted again. Am I stuck with them? A glance at Sakura, a glance at Sasuke, a useless fangirl. And a walking ego problem. The air tightened, actually. A faint, humorless smirk, scratch that. His eyes locked forward. Why am I with an Uchiha at all? The room froze. They all end the same way. No one laughed, no one spoke. Uruka Umino stepped forward. Those teams were assigned by the Hawkage. Firm but strained. If you have a problem. Naruto stood. I do. He didn't wait, didn't argue, didn't shout. He simply walked. And kicked the door open, hard enough to shatter the frame. Then he vanished, shadows trailing behind him. Hawkage Tower. The door exploded inward, wood splintered, fragments scattered across the room. Hiruzen Sarutobi barely had time to react. Naruto stood in the doorway, armored, changed, unrecognizable. You've got nerve. His voice carried no hesitation, no restraint. Naruto stepped forward slowly, each step echoing heavy, lies. Another step, secrets. Closer, and now this. His chakra flared, dark blue, oppressive. You put me with them. A pause with him. Oh, Hiruzen didn't answer immediately because there was no easy answer. It was necessary. Naruto's expression didn't change. Necessary. A faint tilt of his head. For who? Silence. Naruto leaned forward slightly. Not for me. His clawed hand pressed against the desk. Wood hissed, burned. You paired me with your predecessor's student. His eyes darkened further. What were you hoping for? Hiruzen held his ground. Balance. Naruto laughed once sharp. You still think this is about balance? His aura spiked again. I don't belong in your system anymore. A pause, then. But I'll play along. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. Explain. Naruto straightened. I'll take the test. Calm, controlled, but when it's over. His gaze sharpened. Well, that team ends. No negotiation, no compromise. Naruto turned and walked out, leaving behind a scorched desk and a silent room. Academy later. Naruto sat alone, waiting, the classroom quieter now, tense, unstable. He leaned back, eyes half closed. They'll test us again. Of course they would. This wasn't over. It never was. A shift, subtle but clear. Naruto's eyes snapped open. His arm moved instantly. Claws extending. Pointing, threat ready, two figures stood there. Familiar, too familiar. Arashi, Natsuki, his siblings. Naruto's expression twisted slightly. What do you want? No warmth, none. Natsuki stepped forward first. Aniki. The desk shattered. Naruto's claws tore through it instantly. The sound silenced her. Don't. His voice dropped, dangerous. Don't call me that. She flinched but continued. Naruto. Her voice trembled. We just wanted to. Stop. He didn't raise his voice, didn't need to. Arashi stepped in. Come with us. A weak smile just for once. Naruto stared at them, long, unblinking, then. No. Simple, final, you trained to kill me. The words landed heavy, you agreed to it. Their expressions broke. Naruto didn't care. You chose that. His eyes darkened, so live with it. A pause, but stay away from me. Silence followed, painful, unavoidable. Naruto turned away, conversation over like it never mattered, across the room. Tenku watched, quiet, unmoving. He truly believes that. Her gaze lowered slightly, or he wants to. The door opened again, slowly this time, no explosion. No force, but the presence was just as heavy. A woman stepped inside. Red hair, sharp eyes, ANBU attire, a blade at her back, Kushina Uzumaki. The room froze again because this wasn't going to end quietly. The room held its breath. Every eye shifted. To her, Kushina Uzumaki stepped forward, her presence commanding, yet uncertain, for a brief moment. Her gaze found him, Naruto, and something softened, just slightly. A smile touched her lips as she approached, lowering herself to his level. Naruto. The name came out fragile, careful, like something that might break if spoken too loudly. She never finished. Naruto's eyes lifted. Cold, unforgiving, the claws of his armored arm flexed slowly. Metal grinding softly, the message was clear. Kushina froze, her breath caught. Then, she stepped back silently. She turned to the class instead. Team 1. Her voice steadied with me. No hesitation, no warmth, just command. Arashi and Natsuki rose immediately. Tenku lingered for half a second. Her gaze drifting back to Naruto. He wasn't looking at her, wasn't looking at anyone, just observing his own arm as if nothing else mattered. How much did they break you? The thought lingered, unanswered, then she turned and followed. The door closed. Naruto leaned back in his chair, feet up, casual, detached, boring. He closed his eyes within seconds. Stillness, not sleep, not exactly, something deeper, something darker. The door opened again. 3 presences entered, Kurenai Yuhai, Asuma Sarutobi, Kakashi Headache. Each one paused just for a moment. Because even now, Naruto's presence dominated the room. Kurenai spoke first. Team 8 with me. Hinata Hyuga stood quietly. Kiba followed. Too close, too eager, before he could step further. Shinoibure moved, subtle, precise, positioning himself between them, a silent barrier. Hinata didn't speak, but she noticed. Asuma called next, Team 10. Ino Yamanaka groaned, Choji Akimichi shrugged, Shikamaru Nara sighed, troublesome. They left one by one, only 3 remained. Kakashi I smiled behind his mask, Team 7. Before he could finish, Naruto vanished, a burst of shadows, gone. Kakashi blinked, right. A pause, this will be fun. Rooftop moments later. The wind moved differently here, heavier, darker. Naruto stood at the edge, looking down at Konoha. The shadow above him stretched across the village like a stain, unmoving, permanent. Footsteps approached. 3, Kakashi, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Naruto didn't turn immediately, took you long enough. Then, he faced them, let's get this over with. He sat on the ledge, relaxed but dangerous. Kakashi cleared his throat. Introductions. Simple routine, I'll start. Naruto tuned it out again, irrelevant. Sakura spoke next, nervous, trying to recover her pride, failing. Sasuke followed, cold, focused, predictable. Naruto exhaled. Done. All eyes shifted to him. He didn't stand, didn't move. My name. A pause is en no Naruto. The name felt heavier when spoken aloud. My interests. A faint smirk, power. Another pause. And those worth keeping alive. His gaze flicked briefly. Toward no one in particular. My goal. Silence stretched, is not yours to understand. The air tightened, even Kakashi didn't interrupt. Good. Kakashi clapped lightly, forced normalcy. Tomorrow. A beat, training ground 7. Then, a deliberate look, don't eat. Smoke he vanished. Naruto stood, slowly, turned. His eyes swept over Sasuke and Sakura. Eat. The word landed sharply, or you'll regret it. No explanation, no context, then. He stepped off the edge, falling, vanishing before impact. Park Team 1. Kushina sat across from her team, composed but barely. Introduce yourselves. Her voice held control. But her eyes betrayed something else. Arashi spoke, determined. Natsuki followed. Hopeful, both clinging to something that no longer existed. Tenku remained silent for a moment. Then, I don't know anymore. Honesty raw, uncomfortable. Kushina didn't respond, not to that. Tomorrow. She stood, noon. A pause, we begin. Tenku left first without another word. Kushina turned to her children. The mask slipped. Tonight. Her voice lowered. We bring him back. Arashi nodded. Natsuki hesitated. Then nodded too, hope still alive, still foolish. Night, village outskirts. The silence here was different, heavier. Real. Naruto walked alone, hands in pockets, eyes half-lidded. The air smelled of fear. He liked that. He stopped, didn't turn. You're not subtle. A pause, Kushina. 3 figures stepped from the shadows. Kushina, Arashi, Natsuki. Naruto turned slowly, unimpressed. What do you want? His gaze lingered on them. Briefly, then drifted away. I don't have time for this. A faint pulse of dark energy moved through his arm. Speak. The night grew colder because whatever came next wouldn't end quietly. The night did not move. It held still. As if even the air understood what was about to unfold. Naruto stood with his back half turned to them, the faint glow of his abyssal arm pulsing like a heartbeat. Behind him, Kushina Uzumaki stepped forward, slow, careful, like approaching something fragile. Even though she knew it was Naruto. Her voice cracked, please. That word alone carried 12 years of regret. We were wrong. Another step, we didn't understand, we Stop. Naruto didn't turn. Didn't raise his voice, but the word froze her in place. Then, he looked back not as a son, not even as someone who remembered what that meant. We were a family. A tilt of his head, genuine curiosity, but twisted. When? The question lingered, sharp, cutting. Was it before I was born? A step toward them or after? Another or maybe? His eyes darkened, right before you decided I needed to die. Silence crushing, Arashi Uzumaki Namikaze stepped forward desperately. Aniki, we didn't know. His voice broke, we thought you were being controlled. Naruto's head snapped toward him, fast, violent, controlled. The word came out like poison, and what gave you that idea? No one answered immediately, because they didn't have one, only fear, only assumption. Kushina lowered her head, the marks. Her voice trembled, your face, I thought. Naruto stared at her, then laughed, not loud, not wild, just hollow. So that was enough. He stepped closer, not knowledge, not proof, not even doubt. His eyes locked onto hers, just fear. A pause, and you acted on it. Kushina couldn't respond because there was nothing to defend. Naruto exhaled slowly, and you call yourself a Kunoichi. The disgust in his voice was absolute. You made a judgment. Without understanding the seal. Without understanding what I was. Without even trying. A faint, cruel smile formed, impressive. Behind her, Natsuki Uzumaki Namikaze stepped forward, tears already forming. Please. Her voice shook, come back with us. Oh. A desperate step closer. We can fix this, we can be a family again. Naruto looked at her, really looked, for the first time. Then, why? The word landed quietly, but it shattered everything. Why would I go back? A slow tilt of his head, when I'm already free. He turned just slightly, like he was about to leave. This conversation is over. Then we'll make you remember. Kushina's voice changed, flat, resolved, before Naruto could react. Chains shot forward, golden, binding, wrapping around him instantly. Naruto's body jerked slightly, surprise, the only opening they would ever get. What? For a split second. He didn't break them, didn't move. Natsuki appeared in front of him, hands raised, chakra gathering. We'll take away the pain. Her fingers trembled near his temples, erase what hurts. Then bring you back. The world shattered, the chains exploded outward, fragments flew like shrapnel. Natsuki screamed. A shard tearing into her side. But she didn't even finish the cry. Naruto's hand was already around her throat. He slammed her into the wall, hard, the impact cracked stone. Then he let go like she meant nothing. He vanished, reappeared in front of Arashi. No warning, no delay. His hand caught Arashi's arm and bent it the wrong way. A sickening snap echoed. Then a strike to the jaw, clean, precise, final. Arashi dropped, unconscious. Naruto stood still, breathing slow, controlled. Then he turned toward Kushina. She was shaking, not moving, not fighting. Naruto. Her voice barely existed. I'm still your... Naruto raised his arm, the eye opened, slowly, watching, hungry, exactly. His voice dropped, colder than anything she had heard before. That's why this one. A faint smile is special. The eye pulsed, dark energy gathering. Look at me. She couldn't resist, her gaze locked onto it. Good. A whisper inside her mind, let me show you what you created. Her scream tore through the night, raw, unfiltered, her body collapsed. Convulsing, fighting something no one else could see, no one else could feel. Naruto watched, silently, no satisfaction, no hesitation, just observation. Then he turned pathetic and walked away, leaving them there, broken, behind him. Shadows moved, ANBU, too late, always too late. Next day, training ground 7. The morning felt wrong, too quiet. Naruto stood alone, a target ahead of him. He raised his hand, one finger, a flick. The target split cleanly in half, no effort. Better. A faint smirk, indeed. Naruto turned instantly, already prepared to strike, but stopped, the presence. Familiar, eternal abyssal god stepped from the shadows. Calm, amused, Naruto dropped to one knee instantly. My lord. His voice carried absolute loyalty. What is your command? A low chuckle, no command. A pause, yet. The abyssal god stepped closer. I came to see progress. Naruto remained still, waiting. You've done well. The words carried weight, then. A small object appeared in the entity's hand, a black orb, dense, heavy with power, a gift. Oh. Naruto looked up just slightly. Use it. The god's voice lowered, when necessary. A pause, not before. Then, gone, Naruto stood, the orb in his hand. It pulsed, calling to him, tempting him. Not yet. He raised his arm, the eye opened, and consumed it. Pain, immediate, violent, his body locked, convulsed, but he didn't scream, didn't move, didn't break, because pain meant nothing now when it ended. He stood still, breathing slow, controlled, different, stronger. His fingers flexed, the armor responded, alive, waiting, watching. Naruto looked toward the horizon, where the village stood, where everything began. Let's see. His eyes dimmed slightly. How long they last. Time passed, too much of it. The training ground remained silent, unnaturally so. Shinnen no Naruto stood at the center, unmoving, the faint pulse of abyssal energy flickering along his arm like a restrained storm. He wasn't waiting, he was measuring, the air, the space, the weakness of everything around him. Footsteps, finally. Two presences approached from the edge of the field, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. They stopped several meters away. Neither spoke, neither moved closer, because they understood something now. This wasn't a teammate, this wasn't even a rival. This was something unpredictable, something dangerous. Naruto didn't look at them, not immediately. Late. The word was quiet, flat, no anger, just fact. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. We're here. Defensive but cautious, Sakura said nothing. Her hands trembled slightly, still remembering. Still feeling the consequences of underestimating him. Another presence, a shift in the wind. Kakashi Headache appeared on time for once. Even that felt wrong. Kakashi's visible eye moved between them, assessing, calculating, but when it landed on Naruto, it lingered. So this is what we're dealing with. A quiet exhale, then. He reached into his pouch, 2 bells, small, simple, meaningless. Your objective is straightforward. His tone was calm, controlled. Take 1. He tied them to his waist. There are only 2. A pause, those who fail. A slight tilt of his head. Return to the academy. Sakura stiffened, Sasuke's focus sharpened. Naruto smiled, come at me. Kakashi's voice lowered, with intent to kill. The air snapped, Naruto's arm ignited. Dark blue energy surged violently across its surface, the embedded eye flaring open, watching, feeding, anticipating. His cyan gaze burned brighter. You asked for it. He vanished, not speed, not movement, erasure. Kakashi's eye widened, too fast. A voice cut through the sky. Hey. All 3 looked up. Naruto hung in the air, arm drawn back, energy compressing violently around it. Catch. The attack fired, a concentrated blast of abyssal force tore through the air, warping everything in its path. Kakashi didn't hesitate, he moved, instant, grabbing Sasuke, pulling Sakura, disappearing into the trees. Just as the attack hit, crack. Then, boom, the ground didn't break, it collapsed. A massive explosion tore through the training field, splitting the earth open in jagged lines. Shockwaves rippled outward. Uprooting trees, shattering rock, turning solid ground into ruin. The forest screamed as it fell from above. Naruto descended, landing in the center of the destruction. A crater stretched beneath him, wide, deep, unnatural. He looked up slowly. That wasn't even serious. His voice echoed across the broken field, in the trees. Kakashi steadied himself, Sasuke beside him, Sakura barely conscious from the shock, his eye focused on the crater. Then, on Naruto standing in the middle of it, unharmed, unbothered. This isn't a test. Kakashi's voice dropped, low, realization settling in. This is containment. Naruto tilted his head. What was that? Mocking's running away. A faint smirk. I thought you were supposed to be strong. Oh. Kakashi dropped to the ground, slowly, carefully, putting distance between himself and the others, protecting them without saying it. He raised his hand, pulled his headband up slightly, revealing the Sharingan beneath. All right. His tone changed, serious now, focused. Let's see what you really are. Naruto's grin widened, the eye on his arm pulsed again, hungry, careful. A step forward, the ground cracked beneath it. You might not like the answer.
This was not a test, it was a warning. Naruto did not just participate in the ballet jam, he destroyed it. One attack and the battlefield itself collapsed. Trees gone, earth shattered, and Kakashi the copy ninja was forced to get serious just to survive. But here is the terrifying part. Naruto was not even trying. So the real question is, if this is just a beginning, what happens when he does go all out? Can Kakashi stop him, or is Konoha about to face something far worse than the Nine-Tail ever was? Stay with me because chapter 4 is only getting darker from here.
Chapter 4. The forest did not breathe normally anymore, since the explosion. Since Naruto's power tore through the training ground. Even the wind felt wrong, heavy, watching, waiting, training ground 8. Hinata Hyuga stood quietly beside her teammates. Kiba and Yuzuka shifted impatiently. Shino Aburame remained still, unreadable as ever, in front of them. Kurenai Yuhai began to speak. Your test will be. Crack BOOM, the world shook. Birds scattered, leaves tore from branches, and for a split second, everything went silent. What the hell was that? Kiba's voice dropped for once. There was no arrogance in it, only unease. Even Akamaru whimpered inside his jacket. Kurenai's expression hardened instantly. No hesitation, she vanished into the trees. Heading straight toward the source, Kurenai, wait. Shino's voice followed, but she was already gone. Silence returned, but it wasn't empty, it was wrong. Shino turned, analyzing, calculating. We should regroup. He never finished, a fist slammed into his face. Hard, fast, unexpected, Shino dropped, unconscious. Kiba shook his hand slightly, a grin forming. Now that's better. His eyes shifted, locked onto Hinata. She froze just for a second, then stepped back. No. Her voice trembled, but her stance changed. Gentle fist. Ready, Kiba, don't. He laughed low, disgusting. Relax. A step forward. Naruto isn't here. Another. No one's coming. He lunged fast, brutal. Hinata reacted. Too slow. He slammed into her. Pinning her to the ground, his hand moved, reaching, taking. Hinata's eyes widened. Then hardened, a pulse of chakra exploded outward from her body. Kiba yelped. Thrown back, his arm twitching from the impact, Hinata rolled. Back on her feet, breathing uneven, but standing. I warned you. Her voice shook, but didn't break. Kiba's expression twisted. Fine. His claws extended. I'll stop playing nice. Training ground 7. The battlefield had already been destroyed. Cracked earth, fallen trees, a crater that shouldn't exist. Kakashi Headache barely dodged another strike, the air alone from Naruto's attacks was enough to tear through wood. You're slowing down. Naruto's voice echoed, amused, mocking. He moved again, appearing above Kakashi. A downward kick. Kakashi vanished, the ground beneath Naruto shattered instantly. Rubble exploded outward, trees snapped, the terrain continued to collapse under the pressure of his attacks. Naruto landed, looked at his hand, a faint smear of blood. Got you. Kakashi reappeared several meters away, one hand clutching his side, blood slipping between his fingers, too close. His breathing slowed deliberately, controlled. He reached into his pouch, pills, quick, efficient, necessary, before he could recover. The tree beside him exploded. Naruto's arm tore straight through it, splitting it clean in half. Their eyes met, close, too close. Run. Naruto's grin widened. It makes this more fun. The ground cracked again. A fissure racing toward Kakashi. He leapt back. Barely avoiding it, Naruto vanished again, shadows trailing behind him like something alive, back to Hinata. The forest had changed, the air. Thicker, darker, Hinata struck, precise, controlled. Her chakra hit Kiba's arm. Disrupting it instantly, he staggered back, snarling, Akamaru. The small dog leapt forward, transforming midair, a perfect copy, together. They moved fast, relentless. Hinata was overwhelmed, knocked down again, pinned, held in place. Kiba approached slowly, smiling. You should have listened. His hand moved toward his jacket. Undoing it, casual, confident, Hinata struggled, her body shaking, her chakra unstable. Move. Nothing move. His hand reached toward her, closer, closer. Her eyes snapped open, something changed. The air shifted violently. Let me. Her voice wasn't the same. G.O. The ground trembled, a surge of killing intent flooded the area. Primal, savage, uncontrolled, Akamaru was thrown, not pushed, thrown, crashing into a tree hard enough to break it. Kiba froze, his body refused to move. Hinata stood, slowly, her eyes glowing, lavender, burning. Dark spikes began to form along her face. Her shoulders expanded unnaturally. Something metallic. Something unnatural begun forming over her skin. Kiba stumbled back. What are you? Hinata stepped forward, her presence alone. Crushing die. She moved, training ground 7. Naruto was mid-strike, about to end it, when another presence entered. Kurenai Yuhai landed between them. What is going on here? Naruto stopped, slowly turned to you. Before she could react, he was in front of her, hand at her throat. You left them. His voice dropped, dangerous. Kurenai stiffened. Shino is with them. Naruto's grip tightened, his eyes burned. And Kiba. Silence. Do you know what he's done? A pause. What he tries to do. Kurenai's expression shifted, realization. Too late, then. It hit, a wave of pure killing intent, violent, uncontrolled, monstrous. Naruto's eyes widened for the first time. Genuine surprise. That's not normal. His voice dropped, recognizing it instantly. He stepped back, released Kurenai, turned toward the forest. Hinata. Without another word. He vanished, shadows swallowing him whole. Racing toward the source. Because whatever was happening was no longer a test. The forest trembled, not from wind, not from chakra, but from something far more primal. Something ancient. Hinata. Hinata Hyuga moved like a storm unchained. No hesitation, no restraint, only instinct, only fury. Her fist drove forward, crashing into Kiba Inuzuka's abdomen with crushing force. The impact folded him instantly. Air left his lungs, blood followed before he could even fall. She grabbed him, lifted him, and hurled him into a tree. Wood splintered, his body hit hard enough to crack bone. Kiba tried to move, tried to stand, but his body didn't respond. Pain overwhelmed everything. Then she was in front of him. R-A-A-A-H-H-H-H. The sound wasn't human, it shook the ground beneath them. Claws dark and jagged tore across his face. Blood sprayed, Kiba screamed, hands flying to his eyes. He didn't see the next attack, didn't feel it until his head slammed into wood again, the world spun, his body broke. Hinata didn't stop, couldn't stop. Another strike, another crack, his spine buckled beneath the force. His screams echoed through the forest. Desperate, broken, still. She advanced, breathing heavy, eyes glowing, mind gone. Her foot rose, slow, final, then silence, a blur of motion, a single strike, precise, effortless. Hinata's body went limp, she collapsed. Caught before she hit the ground, the one holding her watched calmly, eternal abyssal god, interesting. His voice carried quiet amusement, not concern, not shock, curiosity. The trees behind him shattered. A dark streak cutting through them, Naruto arrived instantly, his chakra flared. Then stopped the moment he saw who stood there. He lowered himself, nailing, "My lord." The abyssal god gestured lightly. Naruto rose, stepping closer. What happened? The entity looked down at Hinata. She is not what she seems. A pause, not entirely human. Naruto's gaze narrowed. Explain. Before an answer came, more presences arrived. Kurenai Yuhai, Kakashi Hadake, behind them. Sasuke Sakura. Kurenai saw Hinata, unconscious, in the arms of something she didn't understand, and reacted instantly, put her down. Kunai drawn, chakra ready. The abyssal god turned slowly, unimpressed. You're late. Kurenai froze. What? Oh, she was about to kill him. A glance toward Kiba. Broken, barely conscious, after he crossed a line that should have ended him. Kurenai's eyes widened, her gaze snapped to Kiba. Then, back, guilt creeping in, the abyssal god stepped closer, each step heavier than the last. You knew what he was capable of. A pause, and you left them alone. Kurenai's grip tightened, her voice faltered. She never finished. Naruto moved, fast. His fist drove into her abdomen, not full force, but enough. The air left her lungs. She dropped to her knees. Naruto grabbed her, pulled her up, his eyes burned. The Hawkage will hear about this. His voice was low, controlled, but filled with something darker than anger. He released her, let her fall. Then turned. Following his master without hesitation, Kakashi watched, silent because for once there was nothing to say. Later. A secluded clearing, far from the others, far from interruption. Hinata lay still, but her body was changing. Dark armor receded slowly into her skin, like it had never been there, like it had only been waiting. Naruto watched, unblinking. What is she? The abyssal god observed her quietly. Then, a fragment. A pause of something far older than this village. Naruto's gaze sharpened. She carries blood not meant for humans alone. The entity stepped closer, berserker lineage. Naruto's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes did, recognition. She lost control. The abyssal god reached into his palm. A faint glow forming. So I corrected it. He placed something unseen within her, not forcefully, not violently, just inevitable for a moment. Nothing happened then. Her eyes snapped open, a scream tore through the clearing, raw, unstable. Her body shifted again. But differently this time, controlled, refined. The dark energy receded, reformed, balanced. Then, stillness. She collapsed again, breathing softly, alive, changed. Naruto stepped closer, looking down at her. She's different. The abyssal god nodded slightly. Now she can choose. A pause, if she's strong enough. Naruto didn't respond. His gaze lingered, just for a second longer than necessary. Then, he looked away. The air in the secluded clearing had changed. It no longer trembled with rage. It watched. The truth of Hinata's blood. Eternal abyssal god stood over Hinata's unconscious form, his gaze almost amused. The fragment I placed inside her. He paused. Is not power. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Then what is it? The abyssal god smiled faintly. It is recognition. A step closer, the echo of a god who rewards devotion with transformation. Naruto remained silent, listening, learning, when a berserker proves absolute loyalty. The abyssal god's voice lowered. Jashin grants them something more. A faint pulse of dark energy flickered in the air, not strength alone, but evolution. Naruto's gaze shifted toward Hinata. Her breathing was steady now, controlled, but beneath it. Something slept. She will awaken stronger. A pause, and far more dangerous. Oh. Naruto folded his arms. Then why not create more like her? For the first time, the abyssal god laughed softly, because power like this. He looked down at Hinata, does not obey easily. A brief silence, then. Those who reach that stage no longer belong fully to their god. Naruto's expression didn't change, but his eyes flickered. They choose. The abyssal god's voice sharpened, and when they choose. A faint grin, they choose with absolute devotion. Naruto understood, not fully, but enough. So what happens to her now? The abyssal god turned away. She remains. Simple, final, but before the moment could settle. The air shifted again. An ANBU operative appeared, kneeling, breathing hard. Shinnen no Naruto. He didn't finish. Naruto moved. Faster than thought, the ANBU was lifted. By his throat, pinned in the air. How dare you interrupt? Naruto's arm began to glow, the eye opening, while my lord stands present. The ANBU choked, struggled, panicked, before anything worse could happen. A hand stopped Naruto. Enough. The abyssal god's voice cut through everything. Naruto froze, then. Slowly. Release the man. The ANBU dropped, gasping. What do they want? The abyssal god asked calmly. The council. The operative swallowed, demands his presence. Naruto scoffed, turning toward the exit, then let them speak. Behind him. The abyssal god faded into shadow, watching, waiting on the ground. Hinata stirred faintly, a whisper escaped her lips. Naruto. Konoha Hospital. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood in silence, watching. 3 beds, 3 bodies, Kushina Uzumaki, Arashi Uzumaki Namikaze, Natsuki Uzumaki Namikaze, broken not just physically, status. Hiruzen asked quietly, the medic hesitated, then answered, the younger 2 will recover. A pause, eventually. And Kushina. Silence, her body will heal. The medic looked away, her mind may not. Hiruzen closed his eyes just for a second. This is what we created. Council chamber. Tension filled the room like poison, every seat occupied, every gaze heavy, at the center. 3 figures stood, Kuranai Yuhai Tenku, and Naruto. No, not Naruto, and no Naruto. Hiruzen stood, we begin. His gaze shifted to Kuranai, disappointment clear. You failed your team. Oh. Kuranai flinched. You ignored documented risks. A pause and left them unsupervised. Hayashi's voice cut in, sharp, unforgiving. You endangered my daughter. Kuranai lowered her head. I didn't think. That is the problem. Silence. Hiruzen's voice hardened. You didn't think. The verdict came swiftly, cold, absolute. Your rank is revoked. Kuranai's head snapped up. What? You are no longer a Jonin. A pause, and you will not lead a team again without approval. The room stayed silent. No one argued, because no one could. Kuranai left without another word. Then, All eyes turned to him. Naruto stood still, unbothered, unapologetic. Shinnen no Naruto. Hiruzen began carefully, "We must address your actions." Naruto didn't wait, yes. Fled. Emotionless, I did it. The room stiffened, I put them there. No hesitation, no regret. Hiruzen's voice dropped. "Do you understand what you've done?" Naruto looked at him finally and smiled, cold, empty. "Yes." A pause, "I made a mistake." The council leaned forward, waiting. Naruto's eyes darkened. "I didn't go far enough." Silence shattered the room. Even the air felt heavier, because in that moment, they all understood the boy they failed was gone, and what stood before them would not be controlled. Silence didn't linger in the council chamber. It collapsed under the weight of Naruto's words. Council chamber continued. Naruto didn't flinch, didn't step back, didn't soften. "They tried to erase me." His voice was steady, cold, certain. "To break me down and rebuild me into something obedient." A pause, something they could control. The council shifted, uneasy. "And you expect me to show mercy?" His eyes swept across the room, each elder, each witness. "I defended myself. A step forward, that's all." Hiruzen Sarutobi tried to speak, but Naruto cut through him. "Again, if that's a crime." A faint smirk, "Then maybe this village deserves what comes next." The temperature dropped, not physically, but emotionally. Then another voice entered. "Enough." Shadows bent unnaturally, stretching across the floor, climbing the walls from them. He emerged, eternal abyssal god. Every shinobi in the room tensed. Instinct, fear, recognition of something wrong. Hayashi stepped forward instantly. "What do you mean, Hinata?" The abyssal god glanced at him, almost bored. "Your daughter has crossed a threshold." A pause, one your clan could never reach on its own. Confusion spread. "She is evolving." The word echoed, heavy, unclear, dangerous. Hiruzen steadied himself. "Explain." The abyssal god simply smiled, irrelevant. Then, he shifted the conversation completely. "What matters?" A glance at Naruto is structure. The decision. Hiruzen spoke quickly, trying to regain control. "The teams have already been." Dark pressure slammed into the room, not an attack, not yet, but a warning. "No." The abyssal god's voice cut through everything. "That decision is not yours." No one argued because no one could. Kakashi had a dismissive tone. "Cannot teach what already surpasses him." A pause, and the others, a glance toward Tenku, are misplaced. The room fell silent, waiting. Then he declared it a single unit. 3 names, 3 forces. Shinnen no Naruto. Hinata Hyuga. Tenku. The air tightened. They will not be guided. They will not be restrained. A faint grin. They will become something greater. Hiruzen clenched his jaw. They need supervision. The abyssal god extended a hand. A book flew from the shelf. Landing in his palm, pages flipped, rapid, precise. "Your own laws say otherwise." He closed it. "They qualify." Silence again. Hiruzen exhaled slowly, defeat settling in. "Very well." His voice felt older than ever. "From this moment, you are Squad Omega." Oh. Naruto didn't react, but the abyssal god smiled, because the game had begun the next day. Naruto stood near the doorway, watching, inside. Hinata Hyuga rested, a faint lavender aura surrounded her, pulsing, steady, alive, still changing. Naruto muttered. He turned away, uninterested. Or pretending to be. A knock echoed. He opened the door. Tenku stood there, calm, composed, but her eyes Studied him carefully. I was told we'd meet here. Naruto stepped aside. Come in. The room was quiet, simple, unfamiliar with normalcy. Tea. Naruto asked. Tenku nodded lightly. That would be nice. Minutes passed, no tension, just something strange. They sat across from each other. We should establish roles. Naruto said plainly. Tenku opened her mouth. But the sound of a door interrupted. Both turned. Hinata stood there, awake, unsteady, not the same, not entirely. Her aura flickered, eyes adjusting, body still stabilizing. Naruto. Her voice was soft, but carried something deeper now. Not fear, not hesitation, something new. Naruto stared just for a moment, then. His expression returned to neutral. You're awake. But inside, something had shifted because this was no longer just power, it was connection. The air inside Naruto's home shifted the moment she stepped forward, awakening. Hinata Hyuga opened her eyes fully. No hesitation, no fear, and that alone was wrong. Her gaze locked onto Naruto, then to Tenku, both watching her, both waiting, but Hinata didn't shrink, didn't stutter. Didn't break, she smiled, slow, confident, then moved, not like the shy girl they knew, but like something reborn. She crossed the room with deliberate steps and sat directly in Naruto's lap, close, too close. Good morning, Naruto. Her voice was softer, but layered with something deeper. Naruto stiffened, caught off guard. Hinata. Her hand rested lightly against his chest, steady, unafraid. I feel. She paused, eyes glowing faintly lavender, strong. Her fist clenched, and in the next instant, she struck the air beside them. The shockwave alone rattled the room. Furniture shifted, walls groaned. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Control, but barely. You're not stable yet. Hinata tilted her head. I am. A faint smile, just different. Naruto exhaled, then gestured toward the hallway. Clothes. Hinata blinked, then nodded once. Minutes later, she returned, armored, lavender tones wrapping around her frame. Light plating, flowing cloak, something between elegance and danger. She sat beside Naruto this time, closer than necessary. Introductions. Naruto leaned back slightly. We should establish who we are now. Hinata raised her hand immediately. My name is Hinata Hyuga. She didn't hesitate. I care about Naruto. A glance toward him, and I won't tolerate anyone who threatens him. Her tone didn't waver. I dislike those who harm the weak. A pause, and those who hide behind strength. Then, quietly, I want to become strong enough to choose my own path. Naruto studied her carefully, then nodded. My name is Shinnen, no Naruto. His voice was flat, controlled. I follow my own will. A pause in my master's path. His eyes darkened slightly. I don't forgive betrayal. Silence followed, then. Both turned to Tenku. She hesitated. Tenku. A breath. I serve, or at least I used to serve, something I believed in. Her hands tightened. Now I don't know what that means anymore. Naruto watched her, then figure it out. Simple, direct. Tenku blinked. We don't have time for uncertainty. Naruto stood. We moved forward. 1 month later. Squad Omega didn't grow, it advanced, rapidly, relentlessly. Missions stacked, completed faster than expected, cleaner than required, and with each one, their reputation changed. Not heroes, not prodigies. Something else, something people whispered about. Instead of praised, C-rank mission, bandit camp. Night. Naruto crouched high in the trees, watching, listening. Bandits gathered below, laughing, unaware. Supplies unloaded, food, gold. Then something else. 3 captives dragged forward, bound, terrified. Naruto's eyes darkened, pathetic. His voice was calm, but beneath it, Violence stirred, he activated the communicator, Hinata. A pause proceed. The strike. Below. The bandits jeered, moved closer, closing in, then. Light, a flash of violet lightning tore through the camp. Sound followed, late, explosive. One man vanished instantly. The ground scorched where he stood. The others froze, then looked up, hovering above them. Was a figure, feminine, silent, deadly. Lavender energy flowed around her like wings, armor gleaming faintly in the dark, eyes glowing. Hinata Hyuga had arrived, and she wasn't hesitating anymore. The night didn't scream, it shattered. Bandit camp continued. Hinata Hyuga hovered above them, silent, unwavering. Then she laughed, soft, almost playful. You chose the wrong prey. Her fingers moved, not rushed, not desperate, precise. Reitan. Lavender lightning crawled across her skin. Rei Kukusari. She pointed, a single bolt fell, blinding, instant. It pierced one man clean through. And then spread, his body became a conduit. Lightning exploded outward. Branching, splitting, hunting, one by one. The bandits dropped, burned, broken, gone before they even understood what had happened. Silence followed. Only one remained, the leader. Hinata descended slowly, feet touching the ground without a sound. I saved you for last. He stumbled back, terrified, speechless, her hands ignited. Not with normal flame, but something deeper, darker, Katin. Her voice lowered, Hihira. She moved, too fast to follow, her hand wrapped around his throat. Burn. The fire consumed him instantly. No struggle, no resistance. Only ash remained. The camp fell silent, completely. The three rescued women stared, shaking, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Hinata exhaled slowly, then removed her mask. Her expression softened just slightly. You're safe now. Aftermath. Hide above. Naruto Uzumaki watched. No interference, no hesitation, only observation. Efficient. He activated the communicator, Tenku. A pause, it's done. Hokage's office. The room felt smaller than usual, heavier. Hiruzen and Sarutobi studied them. All three, Naruto, Hinata, Tenku, not Genin, not anymore, something else entirely. 17 C-rank missions. He spoke slowly. At this pace, you'll surpass most Chunin before the exams even begin. Naruto said nothing. Hinata stood calmly. Tenku remained quiet, observing. Hiruzen reached for another mission scroll. Then, the doors burst open and ANBU rushed in, urgent, breathing hard. Sandame-sama. Hiruzen frowned, report. They've encountered resistance. A pause, Team Beta. The room shifted instantly. What kind of resistance? The ANBU opened the scroll, hands steady. Voice not. Two missing men. A pause, the Demon Brothers. Recognition flashed across the room. That's no longer a C rank. Hiruzen's voice hardened. It's escalated. They've continued the mission. Another pause and requested backup. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk. Foolish. Before he could continue, Naruto stepped forward. We'll go. All eyes turned. We need a higher rank mission anyway. His tone was calm, certain, and they're already in danger. Hiruzen studied him carefully, because this wasn't recklessness, it was calculation. Very well. A long exhale, you'll intercept them. His gaze sharpened. When you arrive. A pause, you take command. Naruto didn't hesitate, understood. Prepare immediately. Destination. The final pause. Land of waves.
This was not just another mission. Hinata did not just fight, she eradicated an entire bandit camp without hesitation, without mercy. And Naruto, he did not stop her, he approved. Squad Omega is not growing anymore. They are evolving. into something the village can't control. And now everything escalate. A simple mission just turned into a deadly operation involving rough shinobi, the Demon Brothers, and a path that leads straight to the land of Abe. But here is the real question. If Naruto is already this is powerful, what happens when he faces enemy who won't fall so easily? And more importantly, is he still protecting the village or slowly becoming its greatest threat? Stay with me because chapter 5 is about to change everything.
Chapter 5. The mission hadn't even begun. And already something felt off. Not danger, not fear, something inevitable. Naruto preparation. Naruto Uzumaki didn't waste time. The door to his apartment slammed open. Wood cracking under the force, armor straps tightened, claws flexed, the black plating along his arm pulsed faintly. Responding, hungry, good. He moved through the room with purpose, supplies gathered, weapons checked, then he stopped, the floor beneath him shattered as his fist drove through it. Not in anger, testing from beneath. A massive sealed case was pulled free, heavy, dense, alive with something unnatural. Naruto's grin widened. Soon. He resealed it instantly, not yet. Turning away. He grabbed the rest of his gear, then the air shifted. Naruto didn't turn slowly. He snapped around, and immediately dropped to one knee, my lord. From the shadows, eternal abyssal god emerged. You've grown. Naruto remained still. I have improved. A pause and the weapon. Naruto's eyes flickered briefly toward the sealed floor. It awaits a worthy opponent. The abyssal god chuckled softly. Flashback, the forge of darkness. Darkness endless, you seek a weapon. The abyssal god had asked. Naruto stood firm. Power alone isn't enough. A pause, I need something that won't fail. A slow smile, then create it. A black orb formed, pressed into Naruto's hand. Feed it. Naruto obeyed, his chakra poured into it. Dark, heavy. The orb twisted, warped, becoming something unstable, something violent. Good. The abyssal god had taken it. In time, it will become worthy of you. Present. The abyssal god stepped closer, his presence suffocating this mission. A pause was not just a task. Naruto didn't move, didn't speak. It is an opportunity. A flicker of something darker crossed his expression. There are souls in that land. A faint grin that I want. Naruto's eyes sharpened, understood. The abyssal god vanished, leaving behind silence, an expectation, Hinata departure. Inside the Hyuga compound. Hinata Hyuga prepared calmly, no trembling hands, no hesitation, only focus. Hinata. She turned, Hayashi Hyuga stood behind her. I hear you've been assigned a higher rank mission. Oh. Hinata nodded, we leave immediately. Hayashi studied her carefully. She was different, stronger, sharper. Be cautious. Hinata smiled faintly. I will. For a brief moment. She stepped forward, embraced him, then left, without looking back, at the gates. Tenku waited silently, still, composed, but her thoughts. Anything but focus, control, do not lose yourself, she repeated it, over and over, then. She felt them, Naruto, Hinata, approaching. Naruto arrived first, armor gleaming faintly, aura heavy. Hinata followed, controlled, refined. The three stood together. Naruto pulled out the mission scroll. We assist Team Beta. Simple, clear, we take command upon arrival. His gaze moved between them. If they resist. A pause, they are corrected. Tenku nodded. Hinata smiled slightly. Finally, Naruto rolled the scroll, move. And just like that, they were gone, shadows leaping beyond the gates, toward the land of waves, hospital aftermath. The cost of Naruto's past still lingered. Kushina Uzumaki lay unmoving, machines breathed for her, beside her. Arashi Natsuki broken but alive, we can't stop now. Natsuki whispered, Arashi nodded slowly, we bring him back. No matter what it takes, elsewhere Kiba. Kiba and Yuzuka stared at the ceiling, one arm gone, the other trembling, his future shattered and in his mind. Only one image remained, Hinata, not weak, not fragile, but something far worse. Monster. But deep down, he knew the truth. He had created that moment and paid the price. The echoes of their departure hadn't even faded. And already the world ahead was beginning to crack. Hospital, judgment of the fallen. Keiba and Yuzuka lay still. Broken, helpless, then. Boom, the door shattered inward. A presence stormed in, feral, unforgiving, Tsumen Yuzuka, Kiba. The room froze, doctors stepped back, instinctively. She grabbed him. Yanked him up like he weighed nothing. I am ashamed of you. Her voice wasn't rage, it was worse, disgust, because of you. Her grip tightened, our clan has been dragged through the mud. Kiba trembled, you tried to violate the Hyuga air. Silence heavy, crushing, I can't protect you anymore. A pause and I won't. Metal glowing red before he could react. The brand burned into his face, Kiba screamed. Again and again when it ended. His clan marks were gone, replaced by something worse. You are no longer in Yuzuka. A death sentence. Without killing him, you are Omega. And then, the final blow, you will be married off. Kiba's eyes widened, terror, real terror, the daughter of the daimyo. A monster in human skin, Tsum turned. And left, leaving him behind, broken, forgotten, 2 days later crossing into chaos. The forest blurred past, Naruto Uzumaki moved first, silent, fast, behind him. Hinata Hyuga. And Tenku followed, they stopped at the shoreline. A vast stretch of water blocked their path. Tenku exhaled. I can carry one at a time. Naruto stepped forward, didn't respond, didn't care. His foot touched the water. And didn't sink, he walked, Hinata followed. Effortless, Tenku blinked, right. She took to the air within minutes. They reached the other side, then. Back into the forest, fast, focused. Where are they? Hinata asked. Naruto didn't slow. Easy. A faint smirk, either we feel their chakra. A pause or hear Sakura screaming. Right on cue. Naruto stopped, turned, told you. They vanished. Rushing toward the sound, battlefield, the demon of the mist. Water steel, killing intent. Kakashi Hadake was already losing ground across from him. A monster, Zabuza Mamachi, the blade swung, heavy, relentless, Kakashi blocked. Barely then. Too slow, water surged, a prison formed. Suiro no Jutsu. Kakashi's eyes widened. As he was trapped inside, his chakra began to drain. Damn it. Outside. Chaos Sasuke Shino struggling Sakura. Frozen in fear, the clones closed in, blades raised. This is the end. Then, clang, everything stopped. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. What? The clones turned. And saw them, 3 figures, dark, silent, terrifying. Naruto stood in the center, on one side. Tenku radiant, deadly, on the other. Hinata beautiful and utterly monstrous beneath it. Naruto stepped forward, the blade in his hand. Snapped effortlessly, this is it. His voice. Cold, this is what passes for strength. The clones didn't move, they couldn't. Hinata and Tenku erased them. Like they never existed, water splashed, silence fell. Naruto walked toward Zabuza, slow, controlled. Zabuza Mamachi. A faint grin, we finally meet. Oh, Zabuza frowned, who the hell are you? Naruto chuckled, someone with a job to do. Flashback the command. Darkness, stillness, the abyssal god's voice echoed, in the land of waves. You will find him. Zabuza and another. A pause, I want their souls. Naruto looked up, how? The abyssal god reached out, grabbing his arm that a faint smile is only the beginning of its power. The eye opened, watching, hungry. You can take everything from a man, even what lies beyond death. Present, the hunt begins. Naruto's arm pulsed, the eye slowly opening. Zabuza felt it for the first time. The demon of the mist hesitated. What the hell are you? Naruto smiled, not like a human. Your end. The moment hadn't ended. It deepened. The echo of the abyss still lingered inside him. Naruto felt it again. That same unnatural pulse, the memory surfaced, flashback, the final gift. The second orb. Without warning. It was forced into him, straight through his forehead. Pain, blinding, violent, but he didn't scream, he endured because weakness was no longer allowed, present, the battlefield. Naruto's lips curled into something twisted, his claws cracked. Time to fulfill my lord's will. His eyes locked onto. Zabuza Mamachi, call your apprentice. A pause, unless he's too afraid to come out. Zabuza scoffed, I don't need anyone to kill you. He moved fast, steel screamed through the air. Naruto sidestepped, countered a kick. Blocked, but the impact alone made Zabuza flinch. Oh. The fight escalated instantly. Blades, shuriken, water. Naruto surged forward, kana in hand. And then, slash blood, he was thrown back. Skipping across the water like debris, Zabuza exhaled, you're tough. A grin formed beneath the bandages, but not enough. He stepped forward. To end it, then. Laughter dark, broken, unstable. Naruto rose. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. His eyes burned. This is going to be fun. The weapon awakens. A black flash erupted, a sealed case appeared. Naruto didn't hesitate. His claws tore it open like glass, and then he pulled it out, a blade, massive, monstrous, spiked, jagged, alive with hunger. The air itself recoiled. Naruto grinned, let's see. His chakra flooded it, turning it crimson. How your sword compares. Oh, clash of monsters. Steel met steel. And lost. Zabuza's blade cracked, his eyes widened. What? Naruto pushed harder. Grinding, destroying. Zabuza jumped back. Barely that sword. Dangerous, he countered, spinning, throwing his weapon. Naruto didn't dodge, he swung, shatter. The cubic Kirabacho exploded into fragments, silence. Naruto's grin widened, forged in the abyss. Yours was never meant to survive. Then, a click, the blade changed, spikes rotated. Faster, faster, a chainsaw roar tore through the battlefield. Now, Naruto stepped forward. Run. Overwhelming force. Zabuza reacted. Fast water surged, a dragon rose. Crashing forward, Naruto didn't slow. He cut through it like it never existed, closing the distance. Too fast, too late. Then, impact. Dozens of senbon piercing, precise. Naruto staggered, dropped his weapon, fell. A new presence landed, silent, deadly. Haku, forgive me, Zabuza-sama. But you would have died. Zabuza exhaled, took you long enough. Then, he grabbed the blade, Naruto's blade, and swung. Naruto was sent flying. Crashing into the shore, blood spilled into the sand, breaking point. Hinata Hyuga rushed forward. Naruto-sama. Stay back. His voice cracked through the air. This is my fight. He forced himself up, body shaking, bleeding but standing. I'm not going down. Not like this. He charged, one arm swung. Blocked, Zabuza held him, and behind. Ice formed, Haku moved, Senbon rained down, piercing Naruto's back again and again. His body jerked. But he didn't fall. The moment stretched. Then shattered, Zabuza Mamachi moved first, a brutal punch. Straight to Naruto's face, bone rattled, vision blurred, then. Haku struck from behind, a kick. Driving the Senbon deeper into Naruto's back, pain exploded through his body. Still. He didn't fall, desperation ignites. Naruto twisted. His claws tearing across Zabuza's face. Gaah. Blood spilled, Zabuza staggered. But recovered instantly, Haku reacted. Ice formed, a mirror blocked Naruto's next strike, and in that single opening. Slash, Naruto's chest opened, his body was launched into the air. Blood scattering like rain, the breaking point. Time slowed, Naruto's body fell. Weightless, his eyes caught them. Hinata Hyuga. Tenku. Fear, helplessness, I can't die. A pull from his arm, stronger. Hungrier, I can't fail. It tightened, like something awakening below. Zabuza and Haku charged to finish it, awakening of the abyss. Naruto's eyes snapped open. And the eye on his arm opened with them. I can't lose. The ground exploded, a shockwave ripped outward. Violent, unstoppable, trees uprooted, earth shattered, everyone was thrown back, even Kakashi headache, barely conscious, felt it. The aura changed, darker, heavier, alive. Naruto stood. Surrounded by a black-red storm, his voice. No longer human, Seishu Kyurei Sadaki. The pause, Kai. Darkness consumed him, his body transformed. Wrapped in abyssal energy, only one thing remained unchanged. His arm execution. Naruto raised his hand, die. He vanished, the ground beneath him. Detonated. Before Zabuza could react. Naruto was already there, gripping his throat, lifting him, effortless. Zabuza Mamachi. His arm moved and pierced through flesh, straight into his chest. Zabuza froze, not from pain. From what he felt, his soul being grabbed, then. Ripped out, a second form emerged. Identical, transparent, Zabuza's body collapsed, lifeless. What did you do? The eye opened, watching him, hungry, then. It split, revealing rows of teeth, a vortex formed, pulling, devouring. No, no. His scream ended. As his soul was consumed, gone, forever, the second soul. Naruto turned toward Haku, who stood. Frozen, weeping, Haku. Naruto stepped closer, no hesitation, his hand pierced through him. Again, another soul. Torn free, another scream. Cut short, devoured. Silence, only the wind remained, aftermath. The aura began to fade, slowly, the darkness retreated. Back into his arm, Naruto stood. Whole, every wound. Gone, not a single scar remained, he staggered. Exhaustion hit him. All at once, still. He forced himself forward, we're moving. His voice returned. Cold, controlled, now. Tenku moved. Pulling Kakashi from the water, Naruto turned to the trembling client, direction. Tazuna pointed. Shaking that way. Naruto nodded, good. He took one step. Then collapsed face first, ow. A pause, someone help. Hinata was already there. I've got you, Naruto-sama. She lifted him, effortlessly, weapon in hand. She moved, the team followed, leaving behind bodies silent in something far worse. Fear, unseen watcher, high above, hidden in shadow. A presence lingered, watching, smiling. Well done. My servant.
Naruto did not just win, he crossed a line no one can come back from. In a single moment, he did not just defeat Zabuza and Haku, he raised them body, soul, existed itself. That power, it was not human anymore. And the scariest part, he did not hesitate, he did not regret it, he embraced it. Now ask yourself this, if Naruto has already become something even that fear, then what happens when the world finally try to stop him? And more importantly, is there anything left of Naruto Uzumaki or is he completely gone? Chapter 6 changes everything.
Chapter -6. The battle was over. But the silence that followed felt worse. Mist still lingered across the path. Thin, cold, unnatural, two teams walked through it. One broken, one evolving into something far more dangerous, at the center of it all. Naruto Uzumaki hung over Hinata Hyuga's shoulders, unconscious. But not weak, never weak. His blade rested against her side. And even now something about it felt wrong. Naruto stirred slightly. Annoyance flickering through his mind, a ninja carrying my weapon. A low, silent promise formed. I'll fix that behind them. Tenku carried Kakashi headache like dead weight. Naruto's lip twitched, a jonin who collapses after one fight. Pathetic, the group continued. Until, there it is. Oh. Tazuna pointed ahead, a house simple, safe for now. Arrival, the house of the builder. The door opened, and a woman rushed out, Tsunami, Tusan. She embraced Tazuna tightly. Relief pouring from her voice. Naruto didn't care, didn't react, didn't feel. Tazuna gestured toward them. These shinobi saved my life. Her eyes fell on Naruto. Broken, bloodied, carried like a fallen king, she bowed, thank you. Naruto scoffed, you're thanking the wrong people. His gaze shifted toward Team Beta if they weren't incompetent. A pause, this wouldn't have happened. Sakura Haruno stepped forward, anger rising, but froze. Naruto's claws were already raised, pointed, a silent warning, speak and die. She swallowed, stepped back, taking control. Naruto gestured lazily. Rest now. They entered. Naruto dropped onto the couch. Hinata sat beside him, close, too close. Tenku set Kakashi down, the rest stood, waiting. Naruto didn't even look at them. Patrol. His voice cut through the room. Sasuke Uchiha back. Shino Aburame sides. Front Sakura. Sasuke scoffed, what right do you have? The blade was already at his throat. Naruto's killing intent flooded the room. Three things. His voice dropped, cold, don't take that tone with me. A step closer, my squad is in charge. Another step, and if the Uchiha were so elite. A smirk, why are you all dead? Silence, Sasuke trembled, but didn't speak. Hinata's warning. Sakura snapped, charging forward, don't talk to Sasuke-kun like. She never finished. Hinata's hand caught her arm, grip tightened, a crack echoed, don't. Her voice, soft but lethal, you're not worthy to touch him. Sakura collapsed back. Whimpering fear had fully replaced arrogance, submission. Naruto turned to Shino, anything to say. No. He vanished, Sasuke and Sakura followed. Without another word, Naruto leaned back, pathetic. Then, his gaze shifted to Kakashi, still unconscious. Wake him. Tenku nodded, she stepped forward. Preparing a spell. Then, oh, that's it. Silence, yeah, right there. Everyone froze, Kakashi moaning in his sleep. Soft, warm. Slap, Tenku's hand connected, hard, his head snapped sideways. Headband flying, pervert. Kakashi jolted awake. Confused what happened. Oh, Naruto grabbed him and slammed him into the couch. A scroll was shoved into his hand. Read. Now Kakashi obeyed, his eyes scanned. And widened, orders, authority stripped, punishment promised. He looked up. At Naruto, Naruto took the scroll back. Your team is outside. A pause to your job. Then, he turned and walked upstairs. Hinata and Tenku followed without question. Later, cracks began to form. Training resumed, basic, simple, tree walking. Team Beta struggled. Team Omega watched, unimpressed, nearby. Naruto crushed a stone. Into dust without effort, Sasuke watched. Jealousy burned, he stepped forward. I want that power. Naruto didn't react at first. Repeat that. I said give it to me. Silence then. Naruto moved. Sasuke was lifted. By his throat off the ground, if you ever call me that name again. His eyes glowed, I'll destroy you. He raised his arm. The eye staring directly at Sasuke, fear, real fear, then. Naruto smirked, but if you want power. His fingers pressed against Sasuke's forehead, then take it. Dark chakra surged. Violent, unstable, Sasuke's eyes widened. And he screamed, Sasuke screamed, not just in pain, but in something far worse. His body convulsed violently. Chakra spiraling out of control. Like a system collapsing in on itself, Sakura Haruno dropped to her knees beside him, Sasuke-kun. Her hands trembled as she checked him. His chakra network was breaking, pulsing, erratic, on the verge of destruction. She snapped her head toward Naruto Uzumaki. Rage replacing fear. You bastard, what did you do? Naruto didn't even look concerned. He shrugged. I gave him what he asked for. The pause, power. A twisted smile formed. Guess he couldn't handle it. He turned, walking away like it meant nothing, like Sasuke didn't matter. You monster. Sakura charged, kunai raised, desperate, reckless. Naruto didn't even turn fully. His hand shot out, catching her wrist mid-strike. A second later, she was airborne. Then, crash, her body slammed into the trees. A broken cry escaping her lips. Naruto exhaled softly, annoying. Then, he raised his hand again, chakra condensed into his palm. Sharpening, focusing, a point, a weapon, perfect. That night, a fractured table. The room was quiet, too quiet. Everyone sat together. But no one felt safe. Tazuna, Tsunami, a small boy. Inari and the shinobi. Broken, bruised, silent, Naruto ate calmly like nothing had happened. Then, a voice cut through the air. You're all idiots. Naruto stopped slowly. He looked up. Inari was shaking but standing. Say that again. His voice dropped cold. You're all idiots. Inari shouted. You train, you fight, but you're all going to die anyway. Silence. Naruto scoffed. I train for a purpose. He took another bite. To serve my lord. A pause, and to kill anyone in my way. His eyes flickered, starting with Gato. The room froze because clearly. Naruto's voice darkened. No one here has the spine to do it. Oh, Inari slammed the table. You don't know anything. His voice cracked. You don't know what suffering is. Silence fell again, heavy, oppressive. Then, a chair scraped. Tenku stood, shaking. You think we don't know suffering. Her voice trembled, but not with weakness, with rage, the only thing shinobi know. A pause is suffering. Her fists clenched, but even that doesn't compare to what we've endured. Before anyone could respond, she was gone, the door slammed shut behind her, the chase into darkness. Naruto stood, I'll handle it. No one stopped him, no one dared, he stepped outside. Into the night, into the forest, Tenku breaking point. She ran faster, further, until she couldn't anymore. The lake reflected the moonlight. Cold still. And she collapsed, tears broke free. Uncontrollable, why? Her voice cracked, why can't I forget? She clutched her chest. Like something inside was tearing her apart. Why does it still hurt? Well, this much. A Tenku. She froze slowly. She turned. Naruto stood there, watching, not as a monster, but as something else. What's wrong? She looked away. Nothing. Bullshit. Her head snapped back. Naruto's eyes locked onto hers. Sharp, piercing, I can see it. A pause, you've been hurt. Tenku snarled, it's none of your business. Naruto sighed, then, gently, he lifted her chin. She flinched, but didn't pull away. Maybe not. His voice softened, but maybe I can help. Silence long, heavy, then she broke. It's a long story. Oh, Naruto sat beside her. I'm not going anywhere. Her truth begins. She stared at the moon. I was never a daughter. Her voice was hollow, just a tool. My father, the head of our clan. A pause, saw me as nothing more than something to use. My real mother died when I was born. Her hands tightened, and everyone else left me. For glory, for power, for Kami, she laughed bitterly. One day I was sent away. To find something. If I failed, I wasn't allowed to return. Naruto stayed silent, listening for once. Not judging, I searched for 7 days. No food, no rest until I collapsed. Her voice softened. I thought I would die there. Then, a small smile, but she found me. Naruto lined slightly. Tenku nodded. She saved me, brought me home. A cave, but it felt like everything. Her eyes shimmered. She was beautiful, kind, warm. I called her mother. A pause for the first time. I was happy. Silence then. It shattered until that day came. Her body trembled. Naruto's expression darkened. What happened? She shook her head. I call. She tried to stand. But Naruto grabbed her arm, not harshly, firmly, then let me see. Her breath caught. Naruto raised his arm. The eye opened, glowing. This power isn't just for destruction. His voice dropped. It can see memories. A pause. I want to understand. Not command, not control. Understand. Tenku hesitated, then slowly. She nodded, okay. Naruto stepped closer. His voice echoed. Dark ancient Baoshi no Shinnen. A pause, Kainen. The world twisted and Naruto fell. Into her past, the world shifted. And Naruto fell into darkness, not silence, not emptiness, but memory. Tenku's past, the moment that broke her. She was running, small, fragile, clutching herbs in her hands. A simple gift, a simple meal. Ka-chan will be happy. Her voice was soft, hopeful. Then she turned the corner and everything stopped. The cave. Burned, blackened, destroyed. Her breath caught. What happened? Then A scream, ahhhhh, no, stop, please. Her mother, Tenku, dropped everything and ran, faster than she ever had before, deeper, into the cave, into the nightmare. She reached the chamber and froze dozens, at least 2 dozen. Angels. White wings, golden armor, and at the center, hymns her father standing like a god, and her mother. Pinned, broken, stripped, bleeding, Kachan. Tenku lunged forward, but never reached her. 2 angels slammed her down. Pinning her arms, crushing her into the ground, she struggled, screamed, but they didn't even flinch. Her father walked forward, slow, cold, to think. My own daughter. His voice dripped with disgust, would call this creature mother. He struck her, the sound echoed, her mother coughed blood. But her eyes still burned. You have no right to call her your daughter. Silence then. Hatred, her father's expression twisted, filthy succubus. He stepped closer, grabbing her. We are angels. His voice rose, brow twisted. The highest order of existence. The chosen race. The creators of bloodlines. His eyes turned to Tenku. And the rest of you. Lord Trash. He cut her, blood spilled, then. He turned back, you will watch. Tenku screamed, but no one listened, and the memory broke. Reality, rage unleashed. Naruto tore himself out, breathing hard, eyes burning. That bastard. His voice trembled. With rage, that bastard. He moved, violent, explosive, trees shattered, ground split, his fury carved through the forest like a storm. That filth. That abomination. Angel scum. Silence followed, heavy, then. He stopped, turned. Tenku was crying, not quietly, not softly, broken. Naruto walked back and sat beside her. I don't understand your pain. Oh. His voice was calmer now, honest. I won't pretend I do. A pause, but don't think. We can't relate. She looked at him. You've seen my past. And Hinata, yes. His voice dropped. We know what it's like. To be treated like nothing. Silence then. A whisper, thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto smirked slightly. Oh, getting close now, huh? Tenku froze, then. Blushed deep, shut up. For a moment. The darkness eased, but only for a moment, the call of the abyss. How touching. Everything froze. Naruto turned instantly, behind him. Abyssal God watching, smiling. Naruto dropped to one knee. But was stopped, not now. The god stepped forward. Serious, I have a task. A scroll appeared. Placed in Naruto's hand, you will go here. The pause. Immediately. His voice darkened, kill all invaders. And then, he vanished. Naruto opened the map, an island, close, important, urgent. He stood. Let's move. 10 minutes later, the omen. They ran fast across the sea, water bending beneath their feet, until they heard it, metal clashing, war. They sped up, hit the shore. And Naruto stopped, his body faltered. What? His power. Draining cut, what the hell? A pulse spread across the sky. Tenku froze. No. Her voice cracked. Hinata stumbled too, both of them. Wakened, Naruto clenched his teeth. Still strong but diminished, Tenku stepped forward and felt it, power growing. Her eyes widened. Kami-sama. She looked ahead, smoke there. Naruto nodded. We go in. Oh. The battlefield revealed. They entered through smoke, through darkness, toward light, and then they saw it, a massive chasm, a city, carved into stone below. A sea of red spinning like blood itself was alive, above. War angels, white wings, lances, divine armor, and vampires, dark wings, pale skin, no weapons, fighting, dying, losing. Tenku trembled. This isn't peace. Her voice broke. This is slaughter. Naruto's eyes darkened. Good. He turned Hinata. She stepped forward. Already smiling, kill them. No hesitation, then. He looked at Tenku. Choose. A pause. I won't force you. Silence. Naruto stepped forward. Chakra surged. Dark blue, the eye on his arm. Glowed purple. He slammed his hand down. Kuchios no Jutsu. The ground split open. Darkness poured out. Lucian no Hissen Ukami. Something was coming. The portal tore reality apart. Darkness spiraled. A living void, and for a moment. Even war stopped. Angels froze mid-flight. Vampires halted mid-strike. All eyes turned. To the abyss, a howl echoed, deep, ancient. Something moved within the storm. Wings beating against nothingness. Then it emerged, a monstrous figure. A wolf, yet not humanoid, towering, its body etched with crimson markings. Black and red wings stretching wide like a demon's shadow. The vampires fell to their knees. The abyss. He has come. One of them roared, voice filled with manic joy. Attack. The battlefield erupted again. Descent of the beast. Naruto stepped forward and jumped, falling into chaos. Hinata right behind him. Already transforming. Come forth, Lucian. The beast answered. It surged forward. A blur of claws and wings, tearing into the angel ranks, but the heavens answered back. Archangels attack. Tenku's heart stopped. No. Too late. Hundreds descended, armored, relentless. They struck everything. Without mercy, Lucian roared. Naruto followed, cutting down those who dared approach, but it wasn't enough. The vampires were dying fast, too fast. Tenku, the breaking point. She fell to her knees, frozen, torn between blood and truth. They're my people. But this is wrong. Then, a scream died. Tenku looked down. Alone, vampires fighting, blading, still standing, surrounded, and then a strike, brutal. Her eyes snapped to the attacker, and her world shattered again. Him. Her father, the girl who refused to fall. The vampires hit the wall. Hard blood spilled, but she stood again. If I die, I die fighting. Her claws extended, her wings tore free. Then light descended, a barrier, pure, radiant. Wings of Kami-sama shield the innocent. The angels froze, slowly. They looked up. Tenku hovered above. Wings spread wide, eyes burning. To think we've fallen this far. Chains of light shot from her hands, binding the angels. They crashed to the ground. Tenku landed beside the girl. Are you all right? The vampire smirked. I've had worse. She moved to fly, but Tenku stopped her. You're injured. I don't care. Her voice hardened. As long as I can breathe, I fight. She took off. Back into war. Tenku turned toward the bound angels. Her voice trembled. Not with fear, with hatred. You'll pay for this, Father. And she rose, joining the battle. Hinata, the berserker's dance. Hinata Hyuga moved like a storm. Claws tore through armor, splitting an archangel in half. Her laughter echoed. Dark, unhinged, yes. More. Give me more. She slammed into another, sending him crashing through his own allies. A lance fell. She caught it midair. Ooh, shiny. She spun and hurled it. Multiple angels Pierced in one strike, bullseye. Two charged her, filthy berserker. Their spears struck, and stopped, caught, snapped. She drove the broken blades into their skulls. Without hesitation. Bodies fell and she smiled. This is fun. Naruto, the turning tide. Naruto moved through the battlefield. Blade singing, another angel fell. Split clean in two, but he saw it, the truth. They're losing. Too many angels, too few vampires, he exhaled. Fine. Lucian vanished. Naruto raised his arm, chakra condensed. Sharper, faster, almost. The air twisted. Pulled inward now. Baoseki Ken Shuren. A massive drill of chakra erupted, splitting into hundreds. Raining destruction, angels scattered. Some using vampires as shields. Naruto's eyes darkened, disgusting. Then, he saw her, Tenku, saving one, so she chose. A faint smirk, good. The angels regrouped. Charging him, Naruto didn't move. He smiled, the eye on his arm. Opened. Baoshi no Shinnen na Akumu. For a single moment. Silence then. Screams pure, unfiltered, the angels fell. Writhing. Broken by terror beyond comprehension, one by one. They dropped into the red abyss below. Naruto chuckled. Low, satisfied, then. He realized, wait. He looked down, oh shit. He was falling fast, 30 feet. From the blood below. And then, arms caught him, Hinata laughing softly, oh Naruto-sama. Her voice was sweet. But dangerous, you'll have to repay me for this. Naruto smirked, yeah. I figured.
War broke the sky itself, angel descended like judgment, vampire fought like they had nothing left to lose, and in the center of it all, Naruto becomes something even they feared. Hinata no longer the girl we knew, but a warrior who enjoyed the bloodshed. Tenku forced to face the one person she never wanted to see again, her own father. And Naruto standing between heaven and hell, choosing destruction without hesitation. But it is not over. Not even close, because now the real battle begins. What will Naruto do when he faces the man who destroyed Tenku's life? Will he protect her or use this power to fall even deeper into abyss? And the biggest question of all, is there anything left to Naruto beyond new? Chapter 7 is where everything changed.
Chapter 7. The battlefield had gone silent, not because the war had ended, but because something far worse had taken its place, judgment after the slaughter. Naruto and Hinata Hyuga descended from the sky, landing at the edge of the ruined chasm below them. The last of the angels were being dragged together, bound, broken, held in place by Tenku and the young vampires. Kuroheim Naruto stepped forward, his gaze swept across the captives. Identical features, pale skin, golden hair, eyes like Tenku's, all the same. His voice was low, either angels all look alike, or this is one very twisted family. He stopped in front of the one who stood tallest, the one who didn't kneel. Let's start simple. Oh. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Who are you? The angel scoffed, turning his face away as if I would speak to filth. His voice carried arrogance. Unshaken, we are angels, the purest blood in existence. All other races are vermin. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Funny. You just contradicted yourself. The angel frowned. Naruto continued. Calm, deadly, you said all races should be wiped out. A pause, but humans. Suddenly they're worthy. The angel lifted his chin proudly. The ninja are chosen. A race worthy of standing beside us. They will worship us. They will carry our legacy. Naruto sighed, your logic is garbage. Before he could continue, his name is Israel. Everything froze, Naruto turned. Tenku stood there, shaking, eyes burning with something darker than hatred. My father. Silence then. Naruto's expression changed, slowly, dangerously. So that's him. His claws flexed. No wonder I didn't recognize you. A twisted grin, those scars really hide how ugly you are. Israel didn't react. That woman meant nothing. A worthless succubus. Naruto's eyes darkened. Explain. But Tenku didn't answer. Israel did, with pleasure. That creature was nothing more than entertainment. Tenku snapped, you raped her. Her voice cracked, shattered, exploded, and you made me watch. The cavern trembled. Israel sneered, you dare raise your voice against your father. This crusade is righteous. Hinata stepped forward, eyes narrowed. What crusade? Israel turned. Disgust clear, silence berserker. He never finished. Naruto moved. A single strike, crack, teeth shattered, blood sprayed. I didn't give you permission to speak like that. Naruto's voice dropped to a whisper. I can peel you apart piece by piece. His claw traced Israel's skin. Burning it away, Israel trembled. But didn't break, fine. You want the truth. He smiled, then listen. The truth of the angels. We are the origin, the creators of bloodlines. His voice grew louder, sharing in Mokuten, gifts from us. Hinata scoffed quietly. Israel continued. Unbothered but lesser races polluted that legacy. Succubi, berserkers, harvesters, they created inferior powers. Byakugan, Hayaten, Shiketsamiyaku, mockeries. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and Israel's smile widened, so we removed them. Silence what? We wiped them out. Entire tribes. Entire bloodlines. Gasps echoed, Tenku's hands trembled. We even created a spell. That weakens all others. And strengthens us. Naruto's jaw tightened, and that wasn't enough. So we infiltrated, took power, and eliminated the rest. Silence heavy, unforgiving, the breaking point. You. Tenku's voice shook. You did all of this. Her wings began to spread. Genocide. Her aura darkened. Rape. Her eyes changed for your own pride. The cavern trembled. I tried. Her voice cracked. I tried to follow your rules. To be what you wanted. Her hands ignited. Black and crimson, but if this is what it means, then I'd rather be a monster. She brought her hands together, dark storm of hell. The ground exploded, shadows erupted, grabbing, tearing, ripping, screams filled the cavern. Israel's composure broke. Tenku, wait. She didn't hesitate. You are not my father. Her wings flickered. White, black, Onipo Makai Cage Taukai. The shadows pulled, limbs tore, wings snapped, blood erupted, painting the cavern red, one by one. They were destroyed, but Israel. She saved him for last, slowly, painfully, he screamed. Begged, cried, and she watched, unblinking, unforgiving, rot in hell. Her voice was empty, Israel. Oh, and then, he was gone, torn apart, nothing left, aftermaths. Silence returned, only the sound of dripping blood remained. Tenku stood there. Covered in it, her eyes still burning, Naruto approached slowly. Tenku. No response, Tenku. She blinked once, then again, reality hit. Her voice broke, I did this. Her hands trembled, I killed them. Fear replaced fury. Her body gave out, Naruto caught her. Before she hit the ground, she was unconscious. Broken, Naruto adjusted his grip. Lifting her effortlessly, he turned toward Hinata and Kuroheim. We're leaving. No hesitation, no looking back, because what was left behind was no longer a battlefield, it was a graveyard. The air still carried the scent of blood, not fresh. Not violent, but heavy, like something sacred had just been destroyed, leaving the graveyard. Hinata, Hyuga, and Kuroheim exchanged a silent glance, then spread their wings without a word. They each took hold of Naruto, and together they lifted him, carrying both him and the unconscious Tenku away from the ruins of her past. No one looked back because some places were better left buried. Tazuna's house, uneasy silence. The room was quiet, too quiet, even the tea sat untouched. Kakashi Headache leaned forward slightly, while Inari stared at the floor. Is it true? His voice trembled. Kakashi sighed. I don't know. A pause, but it wouldn't surprise me. His gaze hardened. Everyone on that team has suffered. He looked down, guilt flickering behind his eyes. Hinata was nearly cast aside by her clan. And Naruto, a breath, was treated like a monster his entire life. Silence then. A scoff, Sasuke Uchiha, that's nothing compared to me. Sakura Haruno nodded instantly. Sasuke-kun lost everything. They can't compare. Kakashi's eyes sharpened, really. He leaned forward, then answer me this, Sasuke. His voice dropped. What if your family was alive, but spent years trying to kill you? Silence. Sasuke froze. What would you do? Before he could answer, Kakashi-san. Every head turned, the door stood open. Naruto was there, holding Tenku, covered in blood. The room froze. I'm disappointed. His voice was calm, cold. You're discussing classified matters in front of civilians. Oh, return of the abyss. Tsunami rushed forward. Eyes wide, oh my god, what happened to her? Naruto didn't even look down. She'll live. A pause. It's not her blood. He glanced up. Is there somewhere I can clean her? Tazuna nodded quickly. Upstairs, first door on the right. Naruto inclined his head slightly. Thank you. And without another word, he moved, passing everyone, ignoring everyone like they didn't exist, behind him. Hinata entered, and so did Kuroheim. Sasuke's eyes locked onto her. Pale skin, dark hair, crimson-lined eyes, beautiful, dangerous. Possessive thoughts crept in. She'll strengthen the clan. Upstairs. They vanished, the bath boundaries. Naruto pushed open the door, a simple room, cold, efficient. He set Tenku down gently, carefully. For once, without violence, his hands moved, undoing blood-soaked fabric. Naruto-kun. He froze slowly. He turned. Hinata stood there, smiling, but her eyes you're not planning anything I wouldn't like. Right. Naruto sighed. No. I'm just cleaning her. Hinata stepped closer, soft laughter. Of course you are. A pause, but I'll handle it. Her tone shifted. Possessive. I wouldn't want her to feel uncomfortable, knowing it was you. Naruto hesitated, then nodded. Fair enough. He turned, walking out, door closing behind him, and inside. Hinata began cleaning the blood. gently, carefully, almost protectively. Naruto and Kurohime a new dynamic. Naruto leaned against the wall, silent, watching. Kurohime stood across from him. Equally quiet, then. Naruto extended his hand. Naruto. Shinnen no Naruto. She blinked, then took it softly. Kurohime. A faint blush. Naruto-sama. Naruto chuckled. Sama. Why? She stepped closer, eyes gleaming. You saved me. You're stronger than me. And a whisper, you're the abyss chosen. Naruto hummed, valid reasons. Then, a small smirk, but just Naruto is fine. Or Naruto-kun. Kurohime froze, then stepped back, eyes wide. That's not something we say lightly. Naruto tilted his head. Oh. Her voice softened, but carried weight. In my kind. We only use names like that. For someone we accept as a mate. Silence. Naruto blinked once, then. A slow grin formed. I see. Oh. Kurohime crossed her arms. Regaining composure, don't misunderstand. A slight smirk. You're strong. But not quite there yet. A challenge hidden beneath calm words. Naruto's eyes gleamed, not offended, not angry, interested. The silence after war. Never truly stayed silent, it only shifted. Into something else, something more dangerous, a dangerous curiosity. Naruto Uzumaki scratched the back of his head, a faint grin breaking through his usual cold demeanor. Sorry, I guess my master never explained vampire traditions. Across from him, Kurohime smiled. Calm, measured, that's fine. A step closer, we have time. Her eyes lingered on him. Studying, weighing, until then, Naruto-sama. Naruto exhaled softly. Suit yourself, Kurohime-san. Oh, he turned, but behind him. Her gaze sharpened, strong, ruthless, yet gentle when it matters. A faint smirk curved her lips. You might be the one. Possession in silence. The door creaked open. Hinata Hyuga stepped out. Carrying Tenku, clean but fragile. Everything's taken care of. Hinata's voice was soft, but her body moved closer to Naruto, too close. Anything else, Naruto-kun. Naruto sighed quietly. No, I'll take her from here. He lifted Tenku gently, but didn't notice. Two sets of eyes watching him, one curious, one possessive, mourning a shift in balance. Sunlight broke through the mist, training resumed. Sasuke, Uchiha, and the others struggled. While Naruto sat calmly, observing, correcting, guiding, Hinata moved fluidly. Stronger, sharper. Every motion. Meant to impress him, meanwhile. Kurohime watched, not his strength, but his restraint. He doesn't dominate to destroy. He dominates to control. Her smile deepened, interesting. Ego meets reality. Footsteps approached, heavy, arrogant. Sasuke, his gaze locked onto Kurohime. You. She didn't even move. What do you want? Sasuke smirked. Come to my room tonight. A pause. You'll bear my children. Silence, then. A shift. Kurohime's eyes darkened. Repeat that. Sasuke stepped forward. Grabbing her wrist, you should feel honored. Crack. He never finished. Her fist slammed into him, launching him into a tree. Bones cracked, air left his lungs, the breaking point. Sayasukayun. Sakura Haruno rushed in. Rage blinding her, kunai raised. She lunged, and failed. Kurohime's kick landed first, a brutal impact. Sakura folded. Blood spilling from her mouth before she could recover. Hair seized, face crushed, pathetic. A whisper cold, merciless, authority without action. Kakashi-san. The voice cut through everything, calm but suffocating. Kakashi headache froze. Naruto stood there. Not moving, yet the pressure was overwhelming. I thought you were their teacher. A step forward, is this what you teach? Kakashi swallowed, no. Naruto's eyes narrowed, then control them. Silence, submission, understood. Orders of Omega. Naruto turned away, that's enough. His voice carried authority, unquestioned. Kakashi, protect the client. Sasuke, Sakura, perimeter. Shino, support. The pause. I don't want excuses. Only confirmation. Understood. Night, the weight of blood. Darkness returned, and with it, reality. Tenku's eyes snapped open, breathing uneven, shaking. I killed them. Her voice broke, they were my family. She collapsed, but didn't hit the ground. Naruto caught her, held her. Tenku. His voice softened. What did he ever do to deserve being called your father? Silence, then. Nothing, no answer, only tears. Naruto's hand moved gently. Then he wasn't one. Her grip tightened. Can we stay like this? A whisper, fragile. Naruto didn't hesitate. Yeah. For once, there was no abyss, no power, no destruction, just comfort. Watcher in the dark. Above them, Kurohime watched, silent, calculating strength, control. Compassion, a slow smile formed. You're almost perfect. She vanished into the night. Next day, the calm before ruin. The bridge stood ahead, wrapped in fog, too thick, too still. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Something's wrong. He didn't hesitate. Tenku, be ready. She nodded, resolved. Hinata, protect Tazuna. She stepped forward instantly, understood. Kurohime tilted her head, and me. Naruto glanced at her. You're free to act. But don't get in my way. A smirk, wouldn't dream of it, Naruto-sama. They stepped forward, into the mist, and that's when the voice came. Well. Figures emerged, shadows within shadows, a bunch of Konoha brats. A grin echoed through the fog. Guess Zabuza wasn't enough. Oh. As the fog thinned, Naruto Uzumaki narrowed his eyes. Not natural, never was, at the edge of the bridge. A vessel, vents roaring, pouring out dense artificial mist, and beyond it, an army, hundreds, steel, blood, greed. At the front stood a short, bloated man, draped in wealth, reeking of decay. Gato. Naruto's lips curled. So you're Gato. The man smirked. Seems I'm famous. Naruto exhaled. Disgust clear. No. It's the smell. A step forward. Corruption. His eyes darkened, and the screams of the women you've ruined. A pause. You'll make a fine offering. Foolish pride. Move, Dobie. Naruto's head snapped behind him. Sasuke Uchiha, bruised, still arrogant. This is my fight. Crack. Naruto's fist slammed into his face. No hesitation, no restraint. He lifted Sasuke by his collar. Eyes blazing, you disobeyed orders. Each word. Heavy, you abandoned your post. His grip tightened, and because of that, leverage of the weak. Gato laughed. Oh. He gestured behind him, looking for these. Two figures were dragged forward. Tsunami. Inari, bruised, alive, barely. Tazuna's voice cracked. You bastard. Hinata stopped him instantly. Gato grinned wider. Oh, don't worry. A disgusting chuckle. I haven't touched her yet. His gaze lingered, but after you die. A pause. She'll be mine. The abyss answered. Silence then. Naruto let go of Sasuke, slowly, too calmly. We'll deal with you later. A glance, cold enough to freeze blood, and you too, Haruno. Then, he turned and stepped forward, chakra surged, dark. Heavy, ancient, you think numbers matter. His arm rose. Eye glowing, you think this is enough. A twisted smile formed, you misunderstand. Hand signs blurred, Kuchios. The pause. Selma no Arashi Reikaku. The sea awakened. The ocean went still, then. Boom, a pillar of water exploded skyward. Clouds darkened, thunder cracked, lightning danced, the sea churned. Violently, then. Something moved, something massive, the Leviathan. It rose slowly, endlessly, a serpent. Colossal, hundreds of feet long, scales like war armor, eyes. Burning gold, its presence alone. Crushed the will of men, it roared, and the world trembled, judgment. Panic erupted, men screamed, ran, jumped, tried to escape, but there was nowhere left to go. The creature, dove. Lightning exploded through the water, every man. Fried instantly, silence followed, only the sound of the ocean feeding, the end of Gato. No, only one remained, Gato, shaking, alone. Naruto approached slowly, deliberately. As for you. His arm rose, the eye opened. I have something special. His hand wrapped around Gato's throat, a scream. Cut short, his soul was ripped free, consumed, erased. Naruto dropped the body. And the beast devoured the rest. He turned, expression calm, mission accomplished. And collapsed, the aftermath. Morning came, peaceful, deceptive. The bridge stood complete, rebuilt. By the very ones who destroyed its enemies. Tazuna stepped forward. Holding medals, we owe you everything. His voice shook. Because of you, we are free. He placed one on each of them. Naruto, Hinata, Tenku, the villagers cheered, grateful, hopeful, even desperate. Some offered thanks. Others, more. Naruto simply smiled faintly. We didn't do this alone. He turned, my lord made this possible. A murmur spread, your lord. Naruto's eyes gleamed, the one who answered when no one else would. The one who gave me strength. When your god stayed silent. A pause, remember this name. His voice dropped. Heavy, the eternal abyssal god. A name etched in history. As they departed, the villagers gathered, what do we call the bridge? A moment then. Shinnen no Naruto bridge. Cheers erupted, a name. Immortalized, watcher in the dark. Far above, hidden, watching. A presence smiled, abyssal god. Well done, my servant. Darkness swallowed him and he vanished.
A war between Angle and Vampire, a daughter forced to destroy her own father, and Naruto is standing at the corner of it all. He did not hesitate, he did not break. He unleashed something the world was never meant to see. An army erased, a tyrant debauched, and a god beginning to rise through him. But now everything has changed. Tenko has crossed a line. She can never return from Hinata is becoming something far more dangerous than before and Naruto. He's no longer just fighting enemies, he's shaping the future itself. So tell me, when power like this keep growing, will it save the world or destroy it completely?
Chapter 8. The cheers of the land of waves. The cries of devotion. The whispers of a new god spreading through frightened hearts. All of it faded the moment Naruto stepped back into Konoha, because here, he wasn't a savior, he was something far more dangerous. The gates opened slowly, guards froze, civilians paused mid-step, no one spoke. But everyone felt it, that pressure, that presence, that abyss. Without a word, Squad Omega, Team Beta, and Kurohime moved straight toward the Hawkage Tower. No celebration, no delay, only purpose. The doors to the Hokage office burst open, interrupting a meeting already in progress. Inside stood Team Gamma, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, and for the first time, Shikamaru's lazy eyes sharpened, troublesome. Oh. Naruto stepped forward, calm, controlled, dangerous. Sandame-sama, Squad Omega has returned from the land of waves. We are here to deliver our report. Hiruzen nodded slowly. Proceed. Naruto didn't waste time. Upon arrival, we detected a massive chakra spike. A pause and Haruno Sakura's scream, loud enough to expose their position from miles away. Sakura's head dropped instantly. Ino shot her a glare, but said nothing. We reached the battlefield and prevented Kakashi's death. Naruto's eyes didn't move. I engaged Zabuza Mamachi. The room stilled. He wielded the Kubikarabacho. Naruto dragged his claw across a seal. A pulse of darkness rippled outward. A massive, jagged blade materialized in his hand. My weapon, Zansetsusha. Oh. Even the Sandame leaned forward slightly. What is? Naruto cut him off, the name I chose. A beat, can I continue? Or proceed? But inside. Hiruzen felt it. How much have you changed, Naruto? Naruto continued. I destroyed his blade, nearly killed him. A pause, his accomplice intervened. Another pause, they overwhelmed me. Silence tightened, then. Naruto smiled, cold, sharp, but only for a moment. I activated my lord's gift. He raised his arm slightly, the eye twitched, I tore their souls out. The room froze, Hiruzen coughed violently, smoke catching in his throat, tore their souls. Naruto's voice didn't change. This arm has many abilities. A slight tilt of his head. You will learn them eventually. No one questioned him again. After neutralizing the threats, we secured the client's residence. I assumed command. His gaze flicked briefly toward Sasuke, then Sakura. They resisted. A faint smirk, they complied. Ino snapped, oh please, like Sasuke-kun would ever. Naruto looked at her just once. I suggest you remain silent, Yamanaka. The temperature dropped if you value your tongue. Ino froze completely. Naruto continued as if nothing happened. That night, my lord redirected us. A shift in tone to a hidden location. His eyes darkened, a vampire settlement under attack. By an army of angels. Shock rippled through the room. He gestured toward Kuroheim. She is the sole survivor. Kuroheim smiled softly, watching Naruto, measuring him. Tenku eliminated the remaining angels. Oh. Naruto's voice remained steady. She is capable of rivaling a low Jonin. Tenku said nothing, but her silence carried weight. The report continued. Sasuke Uchiha approached Kuroheim and demanded she submit to him. The air shifted again. Naruto didn't even look at him. She refused. A beat, he attacked. Another beat, he failed. Sasuke clenched his fist, but said nothing because this time. He knew better. Haruno Sakura followed with an attempted strike. Naruto's eyes flicked. She was neutralized. Linhade Kakashi. Now Naruto turned, finally. You failed to control your team. That one landed hard. Naruto stepped forward. I issued direct orders for perimeter defense. A pause, they were disobeyed. Silence as a result. His voice dropped. The client's family was captured. Tazuna's terrified face flickered in memory. Naruto's expression didn't change. I resolved the situation. A faint smile, Gato and his army. A whisper, are gone. No one asked how, because they already knew. They didn't want to know. Naruto placed the mission report on the desk. All details are documented. Then stepped back, Hiruzen exhaled slowly. You are dismissed. Naruto turned, Hinata followed instantly. Tenku walked behind him, Kuroheim lingered. Just long enough to smile at the room. Before vanishing with them, Team Gamma didn't move, didn't speak, didn't breathe, because something had changed. Not Naruto, Konoha, not you four. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Shino, they froze, Hiruzen stood. And this time, there was no kindness in his eyes. Kakashi, I am deeply disappointed. Each word struck like thunder. You failed as a Jonin. A step forward, you failed as a leader. Another, and you failed your students. Silence crushed the room. You taught them academy-level skills during a life-threatening mission. His voice hardened. You allowed insubordination under direct Hokage authority. Another step, and worst of all. His eyes burned. You allowed arrogance to replace discipline. Kakashi swallowed. Sandame-sama, perhaps the report is. Crack, the desk split under Hiruzen's fist. Enough. The room trembled. Your genin disobeyed orders. His voice dropped to something far colder. Endangered civilians. The pause, and attempted to assert dominance over allies. Silence heavy, unforgiving, but then. Hiruzen stopped mid-sentence. His eyes shifted. Toward the window, the shadows outside. Moved not naturally, not normally, and for a brief, terrifying moment. Even the Sandame Hokage felt it, that same presence. Naruto carried, watching, waiting, smiling, from the darkness beyond the glass. A whisper echoed, too faint for others. But not for him, good my influence spreads. Hiruzen's pupils shrank, because in that moment, he realized something far worse than Naruto's power. Naruto was not alone, the whisper. It didn't fade, it didn't echo, it simply existed, lingering in the air like a curse that refused to leave. Hiruzen's eyes remained fixed on the window. The shadows had already returned to normal. But the feeling, that suffocating, ancient presence, was still there, watching, waiting, and then reality snapped back. Sasuke scoffed, breaking the silence. That woman should be honored to be chosen to rebuild the Uchiha clan. Denying me is. The room dropped to absolute zero. Hiruzen's killing intent exploded. Sasuke. Just one word, but it carried the weight of a mountain. Do not mistake your survival for authority. The boy froze. You are the last of your clan, yes. A step forward, but that does not grant you the right to command others. Another step, nor does it make you above them. Sasuke's arrogance cracked, not shattered, but fractured. I will not warn you again. Sasuke lowered his head, not out of respect, but because, for the first time, he felt small. Hiruzen turned, his gaze shifted toward Kakashi, cold, measured, final. Kakashi headache, your team is barred from the Chunin exams. The words hit harder than any jutsu, until either I or the next Hokage deems your teamwork acceptable. A pause, your mission rewards will also be cut in half. Sakura flinched, Sasuke clenched his fists, Kakashi said nothing, then. Hiruzen's gaze softened slightly, turning toward Shino. I apologize, Aburame. A quiet breath, you are caught in the consequences of your team's failure. A pause, I will attempt to find you some leniency. Shino nodded once, silent, accepting. Hiruzen leaned back, you are dismissed. Team Beta vanished from the room almost instantly. Not out of discipline, but to escape the crushing weight pressing down on them. Silence returned. Hiruzen reached for a stack of documents, one of them carried the seal of the fire daimyo, but he never got to read it, because above him, in the vents, a masked ANBU operative, marked with the nice sigil, watched everything and then, without a sound, He disappeared with Naruto. Outside the tower. The air felt different, whispers followed him. Eyes lingered too long, voices dropped to hushed tones. Naruto noticed, of course he did, they know now. His lips curled slightly, about their hero's son. A pause, funny how quickly admiration turns into fear. He turned to the three beside him. So, what now? Kuroheim tapped her chin, a playful smile forming. How about a spar? Oh. Her eyes glinted. I want to test myself against you. Hinata smirked. That sounds fun. Tenku hesitated. Then nodded. I agree. Naruto's grin widened. Perfect. He extended his hand. Grab on. They did without question. Shinnen Shunshin. Reality folded, and in the next instant, they vanished in training ground. A portal tore open inside a vast underground chamber, roots twisted through the ceiling like veins of the earth itself. Ancient, forgotten, hidden, Naruto stepped forward, arms wide. Welcome. A faint smile to my domain. The girls looked around, curious, impressed, unsettled. Introductions followed, brief, personal, revealing, but before anything more could begin. Naruto. The air froze from the ceiling. Darkness peeled away. And he appeared, the eternal abyssal god, not summoned, not called, he simply arrived. Naruto dropped to one knee instantly. The others followed. Even Tenku, the god, sighed. You may stop that now. A faint smirk, it's becoming repetitive. His gaze shifted to Kuroheim, soft, almost amused. So, you are the last. Kuroheim swallowed. Yes, my lord. A hand rested on her shoulder, then became stronger. A whisper strong enough that no one can ever erase you again. Her eyes hardened. I will. The god smiled then. He turned. I believe your training requires refinement. Blood a single drop seals, ancient, complex, carved into flesh, and then Theoan. Boom, they collapsed, all of them, pain unlike anything they had ever known, muscles tearing. Nerves screaming, chakra fracturing. Only to rebuild again. Naruto forced himself up. What is this? The god's voice echoed, evolution. Destruction followed by rebirth. Every second you endure this. A pause, you become something greater. Naruto grinned through the pain. Good. And the training began the next day. Morning, Naruto opened his eyes slowly, his body heavy but stronger every breath, sharper every movement. Refined, he sat up and froze because something felt wrong, not outside, not around him, inside him, the eye on his arm. Twitched, then opened wider than ever before, and for a brief, terrifying moment, Naruto heard it, not his master, something else, laughing low, ancient, hungry. Another has noticed you. Naruto's smile faded. For the first time since gaining his power, he felt it, not fear, but uncertainty, because whatever that voice belonged to, it wasn't the abyssal god, the laughter. It didn't stop, it lingered in Naruto's mind like a stain that refused to fade. Another has noticed you. Naruto stood still for a moment, breathing slow, controlled, but inside. Something shifted, not fear, not doubt, but awareness. He wasn't the only one watching anymore, and whatever that thing was. It didn't feel like an ally. Naruto exhaled, then forced it down because right now, there were more immediate problems. He pushed himself off the bed. Crack, his neck popped as his body adjusted to the previous day's brutal training. And then he froze, something warm wrapped around his waist. Slowly, Naruto turned and immediately jumped back. What Teichi? Hinata curled against him, peaceful, dangerously comfortable. Naruto landed on the other side of the room in an instant. Are you serious right now? Hinata stirred, blinking slowly, stretching. Completely unfazed, then she smiled, soft, sweet, possessive. Oh, Naruto-kun, good morning. Naruto dragged a hand down his face. I wake up to this, and you're acting like it's normal. Hinata tilted her head. It is normal. A pause. I belong with you. Naruto didn't respond immediately, because the way she said it wasn't shy anymore. It was certain. He exhaled. Get dressed. A few minutes later, the house settled. Naruto sat at the table, eating, quiet, but his mind wasn't that voice, that presence. Still there, watching. Then a ripple and ANBU appeared. Naruto didn't even look up. What is it this time? The council has summoned you. A pause and your entire squad. Naruto sighed, of course, figures. He stood, get ready. Moments later, Hinata, Tenku, Kuroheim all assembled. Naruto's eyes briefly scanned them. They're getting stronger. But not enough, let's go. Before the Anbu could react, Naruto's hand signs blurred, Shinnen Shunshin. Reality tore open and they vanished, council chambers. The vortex erupted in the center of the room. Naruto stepped out first, followed by the others. The ANBU stumbled behind. Okay, yeah, that's still weird. Naruto ignored him, his eyes locked onto the council, cold, unforgiving, so. A slow step forward. Why am I here? A pause and let me make something clear. His voice dropped. If this is about the Namikaze family. The air thickened. I will break every single one of you. No one doubted him, not even for a second. Hiruzen spoke carefully. We called you here to discuss your rising influence. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Explain. You've received requests. A pause from merchants, nobles, and daimyo. Naruto's irritation grew, and you decided what exactly? Hiruzen continued. We selected the most beneficial option for Konoha. Silence. Naruto stepped forward, slow, measured. You made a decision about me. Killing intent liked. Hiruzen raised a hand. Naruto, we considered. What requests? The room trembled. Naruto's voice wasn't loud. But it was absolute. What were the requests? Hiruzen hesitated just for a second. Marriage proposals. Silence complete, absolute, then. What? The room exploded. Naruto, Hinata, Tenku, Kuroheim all at once. Bloodlust flooded the chamber. Cracks spread across the floor. The civilians panicked. Naruto's voice dropped into something feral. You tried. A step to sell me. Hiruzen stepped forward quickly. Calm down. Shut you, P. The windows shattered. Naruto's eyes burned. You think I'm some tool. Another step, some asset you can trade for influence. One of the civilians snapped. You would be marrying the daimyo's daughter. Naruto vanished, appeared in front of him, grabbed him by the throat, lifted him effortlessly. I don't care if it's the daimyo, a pause or a god. His grip tightened. I don't belong to anyone. Behind him. Hinata's aura surged, Tenku's wings flickered, Kuroheim's eyes gleamed, and then the room changed, not from Naruto, from something else. The shadows stretched, longer, darker, alive, and for the first time, everyone felt it, that same presence. The Hawkage had sensed, watching, waiting, and this time, it spoke not just to Naruto, but to everyone. How amusing. The voice crawled across the walls, cold, ancient, hungry. They try to bind what does not belong to them. Naruto's grip faltered. Just slightly, because this time, even his master was silent. The voice faded. But the pressure didn't. It lingered in the room, heavy, ancient, watching. Naruto's grip tightened. The civilian still suspended in the air, struggling, choking, then. Naruto's eyes snapped cold. Know your place. The man was thrown. Slam, his body crashed into the far wall, crumpling like broken wood. Naruto stepped forward slowly, each step echoing, "The woman you speak of." His voice dropped to a deadly whisper, "Should feel honored to breathe the same air as me." A pause, and for the last time. His eyes burned the yondaime. A surge of killing intent is not my father. The room trembled. If I have to repeat that again. His gaze swept across everyone. I won't stop at words. Silence pure absolute. The sandaime exhaled slowly. Very well. A pause. The daimyo's request will be denied. Naruto turned. He was done. Or at least, he thought he was. Sandaime-sama. Naruto stopped. That voice, Danzo. Naruto turned slowly, eyes narrowing. What? Danzo stepped forward, calm, calculated. What of the three women? The air shifted instantly. They possess unique abilities. A glance at Hinata, at Tenku, at Kurohime, abilities that could greatly benefit Konoha. Naruto's arm twitched. The eye opening. I suggest you choose your next words carefully. His voice dropped. Before I remove your ability to speak entirely. Danzo didn't flinch. I suggest you control your temper. A pause. I am a council member. And you. A faint smirk or not. The tension spiked. Naruto's mind sharpened. He's baiting me. Danzo continued. These three, a step forward, are growing stronger at an unnatural rate. They should be regulated. Behind Naruto. Hinata's stance shifted. Tenku's aura flickered. Kurohime's eyes glowed faintly. Ready, waiting. Hayashi's voice cut in sharply. Hinata is of the Hyuga. A cold glare. The council has no authority over her. Danzo nodded slightly. Of course. Then, he pointed, but those two. Tenku Kurohime are not. Naruto stepped forward. Placing himself between them. Take one more step. A low growl, and I promise you won't take another. Danzo's eye narrowed. Silence. You have no authority here. Before Naruto could respond. Enough. The sandaime stood. Danzo. His voice hardened. You are crossing a line. Danzo exhaled slowly, but didn't stop. They are within our village. A pause. They fall under our jurisdiction. Kurohime stepped forward, eyes blazing. I belong to no one here. I serve only Naruto-sama. A faint smile in his god. Danzo's gaze sharpened. Then she is exactly what we need. I propose. A pause. She be placed in my knee division. Absolutely not. The sandaime's voice thundered. I have forbidden you from recruiting. Danzo's tone remained calm, and yet you deny strength. A glance. You are aging, Hiruzen. The room froze. Naruto's killing intent exploded. You will not touch her. Danzo met his gaze. And what will you do? Naruto smiled. Dark, you'll find out. The sandaime slammed his staff down. Enough. Silence followed instantly. Kurohime. The pause will remain free. And Tenku. The same tone will not be touched. A final glance at Danzo. Is that clear? Danzo turned away, for now. Naruto smirked. Good. He turned, and with that, a glance over his shoulder. We're done here. He walked out. The girls followed, but as Kurohime passed, she glanced back at Danzo. Her eyes narrowed slightly. That smell. That thing beneath his skin. That isn't human. Danzo disappeared through the back exit, and for a brief moment, the shadows around him twitched 2 months later. Everything had changed. Faster missions, deadlier enemies, and whispers of a name, the eternal abyssal god. Naruto stood at the center of it all, stronger, sharper, more dangerous. Kuroheim had evolved. Speed, blood manipulation. Darkness itself bending to her will, Tenku. Light healing, destruction refined into control, Hinata. No longer hesitant, her strikes. Now lethal, and Naruto. Every movement carried weight even without his arm. He rivaled monsters with it, he created them. Present rooftop. The four sat in silence, a rare moment of calm. Kuroheim and Tenku played shogi. Hinata relaxed beside Naruto, while Naruto sharpened Zansetsusha, relax. Kuroheim sighed, we finally have downtime. Naruto didn't look up, downtime gets you killed. A pause with the Chunin exams coming. His grip tightened, I won't be unprepared. Tenku tilted her head, when are they anyway? Naruto was about to answer. When he stopped, a shadow passed overhead, a falcon. Naruto smirked. Looks like we're about to find out. Hinata stepped closer, smiling softly, then let's go Naruto-kun. Naruto exhaled, Shinnen Shunshin. Reality split. And they vanished, Chokeiji Tower. The doors burst open, Naruto stepped in. Eyes scanning every Jonin, every presence, Chunin exams. A faint smirk, finally. A figure leapt forward. YOSH Naruto. Clang, silence, Zansetsusha rested inches from Guy's face. Naruto's voice was calm, deadly, this blade. A pause has tasted 211 lives. A slow tilt and none of them. His eyes locked onto Guy, were Konoha shinobi. A beat, I'd like to keep it that way. Guy froze, then nodded rapidly. Naruto pulled the blade back. Good. He turned here. A scroll dropped onto the Hawkage's desk, a record. Oh. Hiruzen read, then smiled, you qualify. A pause, all of you. Be ready. Naruto turned, we will. And then, he smiled, not warm, not hopeful, but sharp, predatory, because in his mind, there was only one thought, this isn't an exam, it's a battlefield, secret training ground night. The four sat in silence, planning, calculating, preparing, we need control. Tenku said quietly, if we kill too openly, suspicion will follow. Kuroheim smirked, or we could just enjoy it. Tension rose, Naruto slammed his hand down. Enough. Silence, we do this right. No mistakes. No hesitation. A pause, understood. Hype. Naruto leaned back, eyes closing. Good. Because deep inside, that second presence was still there, watching, waiting, hungry. And as Naruto drifted into sleep, a whisper echoed once more, let them play their little games. Soon, I will take my turn.
That's all for now. If you enjoy this video, then please like, share and do comments.